Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, NP India, C Engineer India, Civil Engineer, speaking from MCR Faridabad, Bharat, India. Often speak to you daily regarding current issue of world affairs, COVID and management, contracts and all that. Do in your service daily to apprise you about what's happening, which is very important from general point of view, issue of SARS-2 COVID-19 interlinked to Kawasaki, and then talking of some management issues, and then engineering issues as usual. Of course, Sunday. Yes, it is Sunday, but time requires to be used. So I am making use of this. I'm sure you people are sleeping. It's around 3:30. You may sleep, no problem. But life never sleeps. Life keeps on moving. So I am moving. This this world problem of SARS-2 COVID-19 has shown another view, another projection of it in form a link of Kawasaki, a new disease for children, impacting children around Europe and America, all in that part where it impacts blood and blood impacts body. This is generally found in in those countries. Name is Kawasaki, and they say that it's linked to COVID-19. This is what information I have. Not much, but many children, various children have been affected by this disease. This means this COVID-19 is expanding its wings, and it seems that it's not going to end soon. And people, scientists, and others are unclear about this, and disease is coming again and again. It seems that it goes back but comes again. It seems that it goes back, for example, happening in China. This has gone back but has come to some other city, and same thing. People do not know how to handle it till today. It's unknown, method is unknown how to handle this, and for sure it's going to harm. And they now say that you have to live with it. So live with it. I was surprised to see one arrangement in one European restaurant, coffee restaurant. They put swimming pool floats on heads of people. On their caps, they put swimming pool. These Phantoms type, these life saviors on hand, which about 3 meters length, 1.5 meter on either side, either head of. So if somebody comes in close contact to you, these this Phantoms stop. So that's as an idea. You can choose your idea because people forget when walking or sitting doing the don't forget they have to maintain distance. A distance maintenance is important. That at least there should be protection from coming in contact with another, but that is not adequate one because what's happening now, it's penetrating through eyes, it is penetrating some of the parts of body. It's easier, means day by day every news is coming that in Egypt one doctor was impacted upon his eyes. So it can be from anywhere, any source. We should not call it just man to man or person to person contact. It can easily be now said that it flows through air. Its medium is through air also in to some extent. And I've seen cars, people are driving now as if they are hungry of driving cars, they are hungry of drinking whiskey, they are hungry of doing everything which they missed. They are driving cars as they are enjoying. It's ridiculous actually. It's ridiculous that you are adding fuel to fire. France, Italy, and all those countries have instructed people to use bicycles, don't use public transport even. Few are using, few are not using. People don't listen. It happens. Nobody listens anywhere in the world. Whole people are same. If you see nature of public, it is same. It will be our country, other country. No meaning of discipline. They don't care for that. Well, it's your loss. You maintain or don't maintain. It's not responsibility of government. It's your own responsibility to keep yourself safe. And if you don't keep yourself, you'll suddenly suffer. And it is you only suffer, nobody else. So I told many times, do not do this, do not, but people don't listen. Up to you. You have to take care of your eye, you have to take care of your head, you have to take care of your nose, your mouth. You are walking, you are staying in sun, it's up to you. No one can stop you from that. There are precautionary measures. There's no medical treatment now, it's only precautionary measure. Even if there is a medical treatment, they can't help you. And you have to take yourself in your own control. Only point is augmentation of immunity of your body. Augmentation immunity may not do, augment, add to high up your immunity, to raise your immunity level of body. And if you are strong, just like these workers are, industrial workers who are walking, can you be like them? You can never be like them. Impossible. You are middle class people or higher class people, you are not that strong as they are. Now, what should they realize? What sort of people these are, means workers or industrial workers? We have to respect them. Means we should not treat them like as they are servants and they are laborers. We should stop calling them because they are not that. They are very powerful people. Yes, mentally they may not be as strong, but physically they were strong, much better than Louis people who think only and stay indoors and away from sun, away from bad weather. But these people are involved, these people immerse themselves in all those working circumstances, environments which we keep away. So these people are much more stronger. Actually, these are, you can say, permanent wealth of this country, whom we never bother about, whom we never care about. We should learn from them. Their lessons learned means crores of people are walking, and I read some person wrote on Facebook that this road speaks about this, means these roads are so prideful. They say, oh, we are too long, we are so many thousands of kilometers long, and these our people have measured them by walking. Though it has got no practical meaning, but it gives a sense that these people have that pride. They measure thousands of kilometer roads just by walking. This is, we'll say, this is just a feeling. Means these people can walk throughout. They don't need your cars, they don't need your trains, they don't need your buses. They don't need you actually. They can walk without taking food, without taking water. What are you then? What am I then in comparison to them? Nothing. I am always proud, oh, I am intelligent, I am educated, I am officer, I am engineer. I am nothing. If these people are not there, I am nothing. Be frank. These people work in farming, these people work in your industry, these people work in factory, these people work in real estate, these people work everywhere. Everywhere you will find them. And just imagine now, if they are not there, what shall you do? You can't do anything. And it's scaring. It's scary now. Maybe you are enjoying it. Maybe you are thinking, you are supporting government, you are supporting yourself. But you are not able to watch facts. And if society cannot watch facts, that society lives in darkness. These people actually are wealth of nation because they work at two locations. They work in farming as well as they work in industry. Their family or they are involved everywhere. But we survive because of them. They don't survive because of us. This friction, this different statement you have to realize. If you are eating food, it's not because of you. You are just paying for that. Grains or vegetables, but you are not growing them. You are just eating them because you have more money than they have. Yes, you ride on them, you abuse them, you treat them badly, but you are lower to them. If they don't deliver you food grains, what shall you eat? Did you ever think of that? Unfortunately, people failed. People, 130 crore people in this country failed to handle half population of this country. And this is, you can say, drawback. This is, you can say, bad image, loss of reputation of this country throughout world. We can't even treat human beings as human beings. This message has gone to entire world that this nation is fool nation. This nation is a stupid nation. This message has gone to entire world that these people don't respect human beings who work for them. I know how foreigners treat such people. I have worked in many countries. I have seen these people being extended treatment better than our people. But what we do, because we have something in pocket or we have something with us, we don't respect that, we don't preserve that until that's lost. And when something is lost, oh, we feel this. We remember that item for many years. I had this. Had I been till now, I would have this imagination. But these people are not imaginative. They are real beings. They lost lives because of whom? Because of us, not because of them. I don't understand in which pride we are living in. Fool's paradise prize or what pride? What actually we are? We are nothing. To be very frank, we are nothing. Without these hands, we can't do anything. Still, we feel we are superior to them. I don't understand why. We don't have any sympathy, any respect, any regard, any anguish against these leaders respecting these people. We are keeping silent as if we are dead. How many people spoke respecting, supporting these people? None. How many leaders spoke? None. How many engineers spoke? None. How many others spoke? None. Are we people living beings or we are dead? We have to scrutinize ourselves. Are we going to be industrialized nation, developed nation, or just a nation for namesake? I consider myself useless, though I use these people throughout my life. Without them, I could do nothing. You can't do anything. You walk on a footpath. Without them, you can't. You have to walk on rough road. You have to walk on sand. You have to walk on soil, on stones. If these people do not work, you are living in houses, in flats, in apartments. You won't have. Even if you have money, you won't have that. Because if these people are there, you don't have any, drinking water, probably. You won't have your sewer line, probably. And you are enjoying all kinds of facilities. But these people are walking on roads just to die, just to take food, just to reach their homes. And we are enjoying our lives. We are supporting those foolish leaders who do not do their job. And we are enjoying our life. Such criminality we are supporting. All people of this nation, really God shall not help us at all. Everybody has to appear in examination, and we have failed in this examination entirely. Government thinks that trains are its father's trains, country its father's country. This is a stupid government, and we people of this country are stupid. Do not care for these people who make our life, who upgrade our life, who give us luxuries to live in. We don't respect them. We have to slap on our faces. We have to abuse ourselves. We have to introspect ourselves that we are animals or we are human beings. Only country in the world is ours. And where people are walking like this in this lockdown period. Not even a single country, not even China, who we blame always that. Our only country, only this country, nonsense country this is, full of 130 crore people and full of idiotic government here, idiotic courts. We are like this. Shame on to everyone that we are member of this country, members of this stupid society. We do not care for human. They care for dogs, they care for cows, they care for cats. They don't care for human beings. What God shall give you? Nothing. Such leaders should be thrown away from this nation who don't care for humanity. They care for top class people who are robbers. Prime Minister moves in BMW car as his father's car, And these people are walking on road. All judges move under big cars. And these people walking on roads. Shame to everybody of this country. Country of fools. This is, I should clearly say. And those people who don't support, they are all fools. Shame on to all engineers of this country. All engineers, they are number one in using these people. I have not seen many engineers writing on Facebook anywhere who can speak a single word in their favor. Just Modi, 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 Modi account, Modi account. Only this nonsense is going on, and they are doing nothing for country. Shame on to all of them. They use people day and night in factories and construction everywhere. And when some time comes, they need something, they are not able to give them. Builders have run away, company owners have run away, factory owners have run away, leaving them behind in sun. This is what we are. And we call ourselves Vishwa Guru. We are going to world teacher. This type of teacher we are. We do not respect human beings, and we are world gurus. Shame on to me that I was born in this country. Really, such class of people can't move a single centimeter away from here. 12,000 trains we have. 12,000 trains. We don't have trains for them. We are charging them for traveling when they don't have money. Shame on to us. We are charging them. They are 2,500, 3,000. How much you are charging them for traveling? You are a cruel country. You are really cruel country. You have learned from Israel how to torture people. Israel is your teacher. Just like they kill even children of Palestine. They kill Philistine seniors. They break their homes. They beat them. They put them in jails for nothing. So we are colleague, we are mate, classmate of Israel, a criminal and terrorist country. Israel, we have become super Israel ourselves because we can't help these people who deserve our help. Yesterday 24 died, before 16 died, and many more died in between, we do not know. And for us, only 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs is answer for them. If Prime Minister dies, give them 20 lakhs and give him shot. Can you? What is different between Prime Minister's body and these workers' body? No difference. But our treatment is different. It is shameful. First time I say in this country, shameful, stupid, naked government and naked court who doesn't take any decision, leaving this to them. If government says, yes, I agree what government says, hell with your judgment. You don't know what is judgment. You illiterate classes of people. You don't understand what is humanity. You can't give them something. You insult them. 500 rupees we have sent to accounts. Which account? 500 rupees. You don't have money. You have money to buy helicopters. You have money to buy 8,000 crore plane for you. You have to spend 3,000 crore on a statue. You cannot pay these people money. Shameful, really shameful. How many abuses I give them, that's minimum. These people deserve that treatment. You are going to stop, you are going to jeopardize economy of this nation. If these people do not come to work, what shall you do? Did you ever think of? If they stop working, what shall you do? You want to make them slaves, 12 hours work, 16 hours work. He won't pay you double. Have you purchased them? Did you purchase these people? Are they your property? You pay only money for work, that's it. You cannot make houses without them. You cannot grow crops without them. If today one farmer says, okay, I am not going to sell my wheat grains to market. If you want to buy, come on to my home, buy from here, and I will charge 5,000 rupees for 1 kilogram wheat grain. What shall you do? Suppose they change, like they say, okay, this is my good, I don't sell, what you do? Can you kill me? It's my product. I don't sell without this money. Give me so many thousand rupees per kilogram rice or wheat. Only then I sell you. What can you do? It's their right. It's their product. Just like you buy something else in the market, rates are fixed. You have to pay that. So we fix our rate, 5,000 rupees a kilogram wheat. If you want to buy or go back. Can you buy that? You have to consider each situation. You should be thankful that you are buying very cheap food and you're jumping, you're dancing because of their hard work. You can't move in life. We can't move in life. We are rubbish class society. Rubbish class. I can say that only. We do not value God. We do not, because these are like gods. They are working for you for free. It's free only. Labor rate. How much is labor rate? If you compare to material rate, if you compare to land rate, what is value of labor rate? If you see overall project, labor coefficient is a maximum 15 to 18%. In some cases, 10%. You are giving just 10 to 15%, and you have become owner of theirs. You become decision maker for them, because we have more supply, less demand. That's why you're doing this. We cannot think. We are not thinking society. We are moved society. What some stupid leader speaks, we speak that like parrot. We don't use our brains. We don't analyze anything. Just call ourselves educated society, knowledge society. This is our knowledge. Sleeping, just parroting, this is our knowledge. Society we are. We are just deaf and dumb. If you people cannot think, you are wasting your life. You have no life. You cannot think anything scientifically. And I ask those car drivers, those car owners, still this you are driving, you are just polluting air again. If there is no, everything is locked down, where are you taking your cars to? Why you're driving? You just pleasure for driving? You're going to buy whiskey bottle and drinking that because you're hungry for whiskey? By so much hard work and work of nature, you have got some pollution free air. You are again going to spoil that. Walk! Use cycles. Why don't you use cycles? What's the problem with that? Walk in sun for 1 kilometer, half a kilometer. You can't. Taking your car out and going as if you're king of everything. Use simple life. Take your student, your son and daughter to school. Go walking, go walk. I will drop you by car. You can't face hardship in life. And you are saying, I'm nationalistic. This is nationalistic. You're neither thinking for your nation, nor thinking for world, nor thinking for human. You are just selfish-oriented society, self-oriented society, only thinking for yourself or nothing else. See those children who are having Kawasaki disease. Have you heard that? Blood infection. Blood changes, blood is coming in eyes, blood is coming in every body is reddish, and it is linked to COVID. They are not sure what it is, but it's linked. Certain kids died because of this. This is happening in USA, this is happening in Europe, in England, everywhere. Nature shall send you all these gifts. Don't worry. COVID-19 is a gift. And this Kawasaki is a gift. Many more gifts are going to come, and you have to receive those gifts because you deserve that. You have learned to live in luxury, and you have to pay back. You have to pay back. And I think let Corona work successfully. Only then is best. Otherwise, you people don't respect nature. You don't respect God. Just in religions you are immersed, you are not immersed in God. You see God through religion, which is human made. You don't understand what is God. You don't understand nature is working all time for you without any break. Nature works you since you are born, and before that, when you die, after that, nature keeps on working. It does not stop even for a second. And you don't value this provision of nature. Nature gives you everything you need free of cost. It doesn't charge anything. Sun is not charging, air is not charging, water is not charging. Nobody is charging, no agency is charging anything from us, but we are charging everything from each other. We are charging from each other. We have ourselves decided this is your land, this is my land. I am super to you, you are inferior to me. We have decided ourselves. And this resource that this earth has is to be used by everyone, but are they using it? Is earth ownership of one? You think this earth is ownership of whole world? And that is also relative ownership, because real ownership is not here seen, this is God. That power is honor of earth, not we. We are here just temporarily travelers, and we have so much pride in ourselves. That says, I'll shoot you if you don't listen to me, as Trump says and many others says. I will sanction you if you don't listen to me, as if he's honor of all. That foolishness must go. This foolishness must go. Oh, do listen to me, I'll do that, as if he's God. That's the problem in this world. And that's why God is teaching us, listen, I'll throw you away from this earth if you don't listen to me. It's not your property. I have given you this property. You use it properly, or I will teach you how to use it. And that's what's working. If you can't understand this, forget science, forget everything. Nothing is correct, nothing, forget it. Remember God. Ask Him, please, excuse me, I done sins, I'm dishonest, I'll change my behavior. You can't do that, because still you are in pride of science, pride of medicines, pride of, you don't want to listen to what He says. You don't take care. You are scared people, panicful people. That cannot be avoided, first of all. Can never be avoided. Our mindset is wrong. Our feelings are wrong. We are thinking, we think we are here permanent. That's the problem. I do not know next moment, but I have to store everything for 500 years to come. For me, for my generation, for that generation, then for that generation, there is a flag for me on this earth. That this is I am honor. If you cannot think this point, you are not intelligent, to be very frank. We are not intelligent. Everybody runs away from sun. Oh, come on, it's too hot. I'm not able to stand. I'm going to AC room. Because you can't digest even God gift. You can't digest that. You respect AC more than God. You respect comfort more than nature. So you are in problem. You shall be in problem. And you must have problems. All people of world, you must have problems. You never respect each other. Never. When you are beaten, then you start thinking. And now they are thinking not of corona, they are thinking of how to improve economy. There was a time 3 months back that everybody was in competition, how to lock down, Competition of lockdown. Now that competition has died, and the competition has come, how to open lockdown. That competition has come. Because now that death, they don't care for deaths. How many deaths? Don't worry, forget. Trump forget this. Oh, no, I have to open industry. Economy is down. Economy is more important than deaths of people. You keep dying, no problem. Now we are used to deaths, no problem. Keep on dying. If 1 million die, 2 million die, 3 million, now 1 crore die, 2 crore die, no problem, no issue. Your job is to die, my job is to make economy. Means economy has become superior and humanity has gone down, and one time economy was forgotten because of deaths. We didn't experience deaths. Now we have experienced, no problem. Death is common now. It's no problem. People die, no problem. I should not die. That's all. People die, no problem. My economy should go up. Europe is thinking, America is thinking, we are thinking, everybody is thinking, Europe and your Gulf is thinking. All are thinking, economy. One day petrol was down, oh, they jump, oh, petrol, what we shall do, we have no money, because they have no resource. Ultimately, money is winning, wealth is winning, economy is winning, human is not winning. They don't spend railway money on these people. People die, no problem. We'll give 2 lakhs each and 50,000 each. Problem solved. Why should we pay so many crores on their journey? This is our concept. And public, hmm, Modi, Modi will take care. What care? Whose care? He's not taking any care. Modi has done nothing to solve any problem. But we trust. There is no single leader at this moment in the world who has taken correct care of this. Everybody ignored. Warning from WHO in January, in December, alert for him to all. And now they are blaming WHO, he did nothing. The America blames WHO, when America did nothing, Bharat did nothing. Modi was entertaining Trump when this was world panic. He was entertaining Trump, namaste Trump, hugging every time, every 2-3 minutes, hugging him. Did not care that time because of political management, because of just having his own image. He is more interested in his image than the country's image. Trump is interested in his image rather than country's image. Everybody is interested in their images, not in public. Not in public. Still going on same. You are my friend, I am your friend, public go to hell. Modi is not considered public. His international image, he wants to become international leader, world leader. Trump wants to be world leader. Everybody wants to be world leader. Nobody wants to be human being. I don't know what is world leader. I don't understand what is world leader. Your public is not having enough food. The public is walking. They are not having anything, and you are sleeping. You are sleeping. This is world leader character. You cannot think of your public. Same thing, America didn't care for public, just paid some money in their accounts. This Johnson didn't care for public. Only Gulf care for public. No one else care for public. Only countries in Gulf, I can say, they care for public. They took every action required to be taken in this critical stage. All others didn't do that. They just enjoyed. As if they are commodities, we are rags, they are papers. They are not citizens. I have nothing to do with politics. I'm not interested in politics. But facts can't be hidden. Facts have to be revealed. We have to reveal them. Because these people are assets of this country. These industrial workers are assets, better assets than me. Because I am dependent on them, you are dependent on them. You walk and see how you walk. You can't walk 5 kilometers, forget 500 kilometers. They are females, they are kids, they themselves, seniors, elderly, walking with their baggages on their heads, the kids on their laps. They walk. And these chief ministers, these ministers, tools, all, they are thinking, let them die. And something happens, we'll give 2 lakhs each. This is our moral, this is our character. Article 51A of Constitution of India, fundamental duties. This is our fundamental duties of citizen. This is our duty that our chief minister should sleep, our prime minister should sleep. They should come on television and speak something and go away. This is fundamental duty. Citizens, get up your mind. These leaders will spoil everything. You have chosen wrong leaders, unreliable, non-reliable leaders. They are bad luck to this country. We have to check ourselves. If these people don't give service, these industrial workers, I am calling industrial, not laborers, they are not laborers, you are laborers. They are doing work for country. You are doing nothing for this country. You are only speaking and speaking and speaking. No minister is doing anything for country. President is sleeping. All are sleeping. State governments are sleeping. They are not doing anything. All state governments. So what then? Shall people sleep? You are sleeping. You are not speaking anything because everybody is selfish. Why should I worry? It's not my problem. Yes, it is not your problem because you do not think that this is your society. You do not think that's your country. Only in songs it is your country. Oh, nationalism, only there it is your country. Otherwise, factually speaking, in reality check, this is not your country. You are a liability on this country. You cannot press your government. You cannot speak for these people. I don't understand reason for that. Are you purchased by Prime Minister? Have you been sold to him? Yes, this is your action telling that you are a purchased citizen. Prime Minister, but I am not sold. How will you speak? I am not afraid of anybody. Because one day I have to die and I am ready to die today. What is Prime Minister? Public appointed. It's public representative, nothing else. But we think that he is jailer for everybody. What is Prime Minister? Nothing. Public is about Prime Minister. We don't understand that. But no, we are slaves to government. We are dead bodies, in fact. We are soulless dead bodies. Engineering community, oh hell with it. I never seen this deaf community anywhere involved. Claims for development and uses these people and cannot speak a single word against the government or single word in favor of these people. Cannot speak. Cannot fight a movement for government to help them. All these railways where thousands of engineers are able, they don't speak for them. Mechanical engineers are there, civil engineers are there. In government, all civil engineers are there. In private, there are engineers. Nobody speaks for them. All civil engineers are busy in bending movement, shear force, designs. Oh, what shall you do with these designs if these people are not there? You will eat these designs. There is no meaning of designs if these people are not there. How shall you work? Shall you go to field and work? You cannot go in for 1 hour. Your body will sweat. Oh, I'm sweating. I more need water. They work 8 to 10 hours a day. They don't do that. And that's why they are strong. And I challenge even 1% won't get COVID because their body is heated up. They are heated up people. Energy is stored in them. They can walk and walk and walk. Maybe they are tired, they are fatigued. They take rest, that's all. COVID cannot come to them because they are bigger corona than corona. They can overcome corona. Corona cannot overcome them. But ourselves, corona can overcome. It's already overcome us. Already overcome us. My objective is not to harm sentiment of others. Just to speak facts, and I hope, I expect people should speak for them. Why not have precautionary measure rather than curative measures? This is very easy problem, but nobody thought you have 12,000 trains running, passenger trains, other trains. For 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, you allow them free of charge and let them reach their homes. That's it. After all, these trains are standing hard. What they are doing? These trains are standstill, not working. Ultimately, there is loss. So let some more loss. What's the problem? If there's a loss of 1 rupee, let it be 1.5 rupee. Already there is loss. You can't replenish that loss. You cannot recover that loss. Impossible. Because time is moving. Time has gone. So you can't bring back time. But what you have in your hands, you can preserve them. If time comes when these people say, okay, we're not coming back, you manage yourself. We are not going to work in industry. We are not going to work in factory. We are not going to do anything for you. We are here in our fields and we are growing crops. We have enough crops for us for whole year. We grow and eat. Do yourself. We are not your servants. We don't want money from you. What shall happen? Did some person think, some engineer, some doctor, some manager, some politician, or some other people think about this? If suppose 80% people don't come back, maybe there are 10 to 15% flexibility there, but say more than half don't come, what shall happen? Where shall your GDP go? What shall happen to development? How industry shall work? Everything shall stop. Can't you conceive this picture today? You should have conceived this picture day on that day when Prime Minister declared lockdown. Prime Minister did not have mind to think that, just a mind in, okay, stop, that's it. Donkey order, you can say. Thoughtless order, you can say. Yes, it was thoughtless order. Just an order for my sake because I am saying it should be done, that's it. That order is the stupidity of orders. Every country allowed time. You see history of every country. You go to every country and see they allowed time for lockdown. Some allowed 1 week, some allowed 3 days, some allowed 4 days. Only we allowed 3.5 hours. And that also at night when shops are closed, banks are closed, everything is closed. This order was allowed. So you can say not even a single hour working hour was given. Means a single working hour is not given. This is not working hour at night. This is off hour. They had it since 2 o'clock in daytime. I could say at least 3 hours they allowed. But here I cannot say even 1 hour was allowed because of close or work off hours which were no business hours. So was it not fault? And we did not speak. Nobody speak against that. Because nobody had any imagination and concept, oh, this could happen. Everything was okay in their minds. All was well in their mind, as they usually say, all is well. So all is well, and this is your well. All country is a well now. There is no road, no highway in this country on which these our firefighters, our economy fighters are walking. They are economical fighters because they are removing bad economy to bring good economy. They are our economy firefighters. I consider them. I increase in my mind value for these people. Previously, I also did not value them that high. Though I deal with them when I was in construction. I dealt very well. I did not even think that they can have this much physical stamina to walk. I suddenly feel, oh, I can walk 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers a day. I start feeling my pride, but I am nowhere when I compare to them. Such strength we have. Only strength in this world is our country. Believe me, I have seen many people working. I have seen from Philippines, I have seen from Thailand, from many other countries who actually can do physically. I have not seen such people who do not care for transport device, who do not care for something. They start walking, do not care for what is happening around, do not even think what shall we eat on road, and they start walking. Such a great decision based on no calculations is really very, very dangerous, very, very jeopardizing, but they have done it. Not one, not two, millions and millions and millions. And it's a slap on face of every citizen, the slap on face of every political leader that you are all careless, careless and careless in this country. You're not responsible for this country. It's not 1% people they are around half population of this nation. Really very serious issue, very, very serious issue against humanity, and you are trying to force them to be slaves of other. This is, you are dogmatic decision maker. You are not human being. You may be chief minister or you may be prime minister. You don't have any sense of humanity. You are only sitting in chair. That's all. Nothing more than that. You are not intelligent. No intelligence factor within you. You just speak anything and say stuff. That's what you are doing. Always blaming opposition and blame opposition. That you never blame yourself, but you should be blamed. We blame you that you did not do your job. We blame Supreme Court. I did not consider them human. All are blamable. Supreme Court is not a court now. Prime Minister is not a prime minister now. Ministers are no more ministers because these people are better than them, much better than them. No, no comparison, no comparison. These people have shown unique demonstration to whole world, unique demonstration at cost of their lives. I don't know how many have lost their lives. 16 lost, 10 our train, and this 624 yesterday, and I don't know many more. No records, no food for many days, and they're walking. I can't wait for 1 hour if I'm not having food. My eyes get reddish, I get blood pressure, I have to take something, otherwise my system breaks. See, these people, this is difference of humility. Because they are true based, they are not, they never speak lies, they believe in work, they are not robbers, they are not stealers like others are. They are really patriot, you can say. All others are drama. All others are drama. They are patriot. They are Deshbhakt, you can say. We need Deshbhakt, not Modi Bhakt or not Congress Bhakt. We need Deshbhakt, and they are Deshbhakt. We have to say that. Who never cared for anything but did their job, did their job. Despite there were obstructions on roads, on ways, they did their job. They did not fear anything. Because when you take your life in your palms and walk, you don't care for what's happening around. So it's that situation here. Well, I don't know why I again speak that length. I thought to speak for 5 to 10 years regarding this further development of Kawina and Kawasaki, which is another term, another extension, which is in relation to COVID, and this particularly this impacts on kids, and that too in Western world and America. This is working, but I don't know why I just fix my action. It happens naturally. I did not think of anything. Go and speaking what I'm come to mind. Sometimes it happens because your outburst in your body, mind must come out, and it is actually my outburst. Because I'm not diplomatic, first of all. You very frank. I never believe in polite language. I never think that somebody would say what nonsense is speaking. Let someone say. I don't care. Because when you rely on truth, you don't care for what people think of. Truth is truth. There is no second name for that. And I don't care, people don't care, and it should be like that. Maybe some people like, some don't like. It's up to them. Everybody has a right to speak. What I feel I'm expressing. It's not because I know them. It's national relation, public relation, that it's duty of every individual citizen to think for everyone if one can. I'm not saying thinking everyone, if you can think of them just like you think of nation, you think of government, you think of other problems. So it's also your part of life. Directly or indirectly, you deal with them sometimes. It's not always, but when you need them, they are available, and you use them in your home, use them for construction, use material produced by them in industries. Everywhere directly that you are using them, that's what I'm saying. You are traveling buses where they work, you are traveling in trains where they work. They work everywhere. There's no place which is left. Means they work everywhere, and they're exploited people, abused people, exploited by their owners, exploited by the departments of government. So this is often, it's a common, means nothing very unique I'm telling you, but this happens. So I expressed my, you can say, whatever consolidated, settled in my mind. I try to express to you so that you may feel something if you are a human being. Or maybe I know people don't feel that. They will take it easy. This man is, you can say, this man is old and this man talks because he may be having no one in his home to talk. Or he is happy to speak. Or he can't sleep. Yes, there are so many reasons you may give. Means, he's lost his senses, you may say. Satya, you may say. I least bother about all these things. This terminology is far behind in my life. I don't care for it. Even somebody gives me abuses like abuse language, it's no problem. Let them say. Well, life is different. When sometimes you don't care for something, you ignore it better. You know, ignorance is very big weapon. If you ignore someone means person who is ignored, it's a big punishment for that person if you ignore someone. Because everybody wants attention. Just like in your home, there's a small boy or girl, your baby, and there's not even, and somebody not doesn't talk to that baby. The baby feels, why they are talking to me? Why not? Because it starts doing something annoying you, some actions annoying you, so that again attention is drawn. So I am available here. I am present here. You must keep in mind. I am sitting here. Think of me. Talk to me, and that's what you attend me. Is always a psychology of a baby. That psychology everybody wants because internally somewhere we are all babies. I am not given importance, so I have to be rejected. They are not considering me, and then you start doing something which pinch other person. Oh, you are done this way, you are done this something, even if it is against you, something is coming to you, attention is coming to you. So it is an other way, but doesn't matter as far as I am in books, I am on the card, people are coming to me, so I feel important, myself important. That's what is happens. Ignorance is very effective tool, effective reaction if you can pass it to someone, to teach someone something. But my objective is not ignorance. I analyze everything. My problem is that I believe in analysis, and that is part of my work also. Is my education is that you have to analyze everything first. This is engineering means engineering does not move without that. Every engineering first you have to analyze means you have to understand problem very well. You have to understand each and every aspect of problem before resorting to some corrective action, and that is what engineering is about means you have to apply your knowledge, apply your mind, apply theories, and then practice it. So if you have to do that, you have to think, and that thinking means you are using brain, and use of brain is important. And how many times you use your brain, you sharpen it, and you take out all impurities which do not help you, and keep it clean, virus free, disinfected, and you can say disfragmented and defragmented. You can be. So that's what mind should be. And if you have that type of mind, don't worry about certification. If you have that type of mind, you can solve your problems yourself. It maybe some problem first time solved, it won't give you desired results. But when you see those bad results or good results, then you further apply that. And at one time, you shall get answers of that. And if you don't get answers, but nature is working there, your mind is a part of nature, and it's solving, is recording everything. What you're thinking, even that's recording, for the way you're working. And that itself gives you answer sometimes unexpectedly. When you say, oh, I was just thinking of that and I got a reply that. Maybe during a visionary state of your sleeping state or your non-sleeping state, you get some hints of that answer. And after some time, you get full answer, fully detailed answer. This is research done by some people involved. Now, I don't remember who did, but this is some scientists research that. Not only ordinary scientists research that. Even they try to understand dreams are, which I do too. It's a technology of dreams, which we cannot design, but it comes in. There's a methodology working like that, and that methodology I understand. That may understand only when you read them. You understand, you write also, remember them. Just for writing is remember them for memory purpose, and you can also send. The life is like that. Means You have to understand problems. You don't think luck will help you. Luck will help you for your energy. Luck will help you for your initiative. But thinking luck cannot do. Yes, what you think luck can, your mind can, luck means your mind can remember it, catch it, program it. It can give you answer, calculate actions, you to put in information, feed information, that answer, same thing, mind does and you get that answer. So that approach is required. No emotions. Emotions do not help you, to be very frank. Emotions divert your attention. If it is calculated emotion, it's something else. Then it's science. It's not emotion. If you calculate everything and then seek answer, that's something scientific. No emotion, otherwise it's synthetic, Emotion is always synthetic, and synthetic item does not allow you to think. If you have a belief, just as we say, I have a belief in this, I have faith in this, we say that, right? I have faith, I believe in this, I believe. When you say belief or faith, it doesn't mean analysis. It means, yeah, don't speak to me, I must this, okay, finish. I don't want to talk to this. That is non-analytical state. Non-analytical state. The synthetic one is like fire. I don't care, let it burn. What does fire do? If you put water on fire, it extinguishes itself. Or fire can evaporate your water both, right? Fire and water, what are the relations? Why there's fire? You put water on that, fire extinguishes. Or there's water, you put fire, it boils. So it has several functions. Now which function you have to elect is dependent on you. You depend, you select whether you want to evaporate water or you want to extinguish the fire. It's up to you. Emotions and analysis are different words. Those who believe in emotions, that they cannot respond, they cannot answer, because they don't think. Simple. And if you don't think, there's no meaning of argument. You are having different opinion. You can't argue, you can't discuss, no meaning, waste of time. But if you are analytical, you are argumentative, your arguments may weigh. You will think and then argue. That is analytical discussion. Piece by piece we understand everything and then we discuss. That stream is required. Otherwise, no use of talks, no use of reading and writing, because we can't think. We just give references to past. There was this and there was that. Story references are no meaning. Factual and realistic references should come. That is what what is science actually? Systematic study is science. Scientists do not give anything original from their books. It is all available information. They are studying and devising. Yes, I have studied that. This is analysis of this, and that's why it's working. That is scientific answer. Otherwise, oh no, just accept it. That's it. I don't care for that. It is that you have to accept. That is not scientific answer. That is religious answer. I can't explain to you this. This is written in this book, and you have to accept. We say that. Every religion says that. Go to whatever religion, which I don't understand. I don't believe that. You explain and then tell me, I accept. But you say, no, you just accept, because I can't explain. I don't accept that. So you are telling me to accept non-scientific, but I'm demanding you to tell me scientific. There is this clash, this conflict. Because human means mind. If there is no mind, there was no need of this body. Why I have this body? Because of this. It can't fly in the air. It needs, for this whole system has been devised. If there is no, it's just cut here, shall it work? You dissect here. If ask medicals, dissect here, shall it work? It shall not work. This means this mind is only apparatus for which this whole structure, whole multi-story high-rise up to eyes was designed. So that this is mobile mind, that's only purpose. for which all organs have been noticed, so that air is coming in, food is coming, everything is coming, blood is there, your mind is working. But when there is faith, there is emotion, you stop this mind, close this mind. Oh, no, 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 I don't need it. I just believe in this, that's all. That person cannot progress. Remember, that person can progress in blind faith, in a faith which is not proven. That person can progress there, but destiny is not nowhere, no destiny. Only you say, oh yes, I am contented. I have peace in my soul, that you may say, which you cannot even describe. You even don't know, but you are contented. Oh, I am contented. I have no problem. This is a problem, that you have no problem. What for you are living? To eat and sleep, that's all. What have you contributed to this world? Nothing. That's what my argument is always. No facts. Don't believe in lies. 98% people believe in lies nowadays. Because of mobile, everybody is speaking lies. At least during landline, when they have landline phones, you at least could not lie. You are restricted in lies. If you are available only, then you will pick your phone. But now, even kids, school going children, wives, mothers, fathers, homes, everybody is lying. But we get nothing by that lying. That's also true. Yes, we can convince, okay, I am located at this place here, not there. But what you're getting by that? Nothing. Just to keep someone happy, okay, is there, that's all. So why are you lying? Why are you defensive? Don't be defensive. No need. So that's what I say. One should be frank enough to know facts. And if you cannot know facts, you are yourself downing, you're falling from heights. And you sometimes find you are in ditch because you have no value. When people are starting mistrusting you, he is a liar. He's a liar. We don't trust him. And once if you achieve that status, people call you liar, you know them. Even if you are not lying, they'll say, oh, you can't trust this person. He's used to lies. That happens. Well, I don't know why I'm extending my talk to somewhere else. It's because of I involved with many subjects myself. I shift to routine subject of management, quality, and that. I stop talking this. I don't know. Sometimes it happens. Maybe you feel why this is just. It happens. Maybe with you too it happens. We are all human beings. We can't avoid all this. After all, we are human beings, and we have this tendency. I will go back to our discussion of. Let me take some water. It will take once I start management. I talked about FIDIC because of contracts, and I was discussing about quality, which is very diverse subject. I was explaining to you about FIDIC, that's contracts, and these contracts are very important in every field, and particularly in fields of constructions, everywhere. all over the world, not here only. You cannot do without that. And contracts understanding is also very complex because this contract is done between two parties minimum. If some decision is to be made, some can say agreement is to be made, some acceptance to be made, you have to go through route of contracting. Contracting means moving on same track. We have a decision, we have an objective, and respecting that objective, we have got to do something, or we want to make that objective true or realize come true, or we want to do some service. Whatever we do, there are two parties minimum which agree together for certain duration to move together on that agreement or track and transact with each other for certain considerations, whatever. Consideration means, you know, payments, you can say, sums of funds for exchange of that service or delivery of material or production of something. So contract is very basic term, means one person cannot contract. If it is one party, you cannot say it's a contract. Two person must be there together of same mind, with having same approach and based on sound mind and certain age, and it's called a contract between two parties. And it's not should be, it should be legal, means it should be for legal act, not for illegal act. You cannot say I contracted with this person and our job was that he should kill someone. So you cannot say that that's a contract. Only for legal activities which are accepted, which are enforced by law, that can be contract. I mean, just basics, I know you know that, but refreshing is very important. In contract, once you start talking of contract, means you start in with one clause, two clause, three clause, but that clause expands itself. You have to understand parties, what parties are. That's also very important. I know I'm talking FIDIC, but basics are just I remind is for many. Every time, sometimes it reminds actually what is party? Why we call it party when it's not a party? It's party. We say party, contracting party, contractor or employer or vendor, something we say like that. I say that this party one, this party two. We say party one, employer is party one, and this is party two, which is a contractor. But both are contracting. Both have signed contract. Why this person is contractor and this person is not contractor? Here, contracting and contractor are different terms. Contractor is a party, but contracting parties are both. We both sign. Party one, party two, both are signing with some witnesses are these. So these both parties are contract parties. But then what is party? Where is party? Where is party? What do you mean by party? Is it birthday party or it is some other party or some ceremonial party? No, it's not that. It's a party which has certain part of total activities defined on this contract. There may be many activities involved for both in this contract, which are unknown, which only that person understands who signed this. Responsibilities of one party, responsibility of other party, duty of one party, duty of other party, obligation of one party, obligation of other party, liability of one party, liability of other party, accountability of one party, accountability of one party, warranty of one party, warranty of other party. Like that, both parties have certain logical responses to give. Means both parties have certain role to play on that contract. And that's what we say part one, part two. Actually, your role is this part, second party's role is this part, and because of that role, we call part role here and part role here. My role is there in this part, and your role is there. So both have partitioned together. That this is party, this is my part, and this is your part. We have to do with each other. That's why we are on this contract. That's why we are moving on same track. We have to move together till we get our destiny, our target. This is actually contract. So then why should dispute be there? My role is this, your role is that. If you do this, I pay you this, or if I do you do this for me. This means both are clearly and explicitly, expressively defined. Do you understand this? Example, you have bought a railway ticket. Railway has given you ticket. What does it mean? This means this is a travel contract. Railway is a traveler party. It provides you travel and you are availing that travel. And from this location to that location, it's duty of railway to take you there safely with, of course, conditional management, whatever is given in that. And it's your role that you have to take that service at this location and you have to drop out at that point. That's it. You have paid for railway ticket. So what is that? That railway ticket is a contract. Flight ticket is a contract. Transportation by bus is a contract. Or whatever service you are taking is a contract. Every you are taking internet connection from Airtel, someone else, this is also a contract between Airtel and you. Contract exists at many locations in our life, which we can't even understand. Electric department is supplying you electricity, they are charging at certain rates. This is also a contract. Wherever there is consideration, consideration means exchange of some money or something else in lieu of that service is a contract. Here, both are liable. I am paying, give me this. I pay you. That's all. You are buying some item from shopkeeper. That shopkeeper is charging you something and giving you a receipted item. That's a contract. Yes, I sold this. Whatever warranty or no warranty, that is different. So that is contract. Instant contract, not defined contract. But which contract we are talking about are not 1 minute contract. It's not one day they travel by flight, you drop out, you come out of flight and contract is over. You are free of contract, you are discharged of contract, and flight is also discharge of your responsibility. That's also contract. So if you say that way, if you think that way, every day millions of contracts start and end all over the world, every day, which we don't even imagine. Once we are using them, we don't understand that's a contract. That is contract. Of course, it's not written, but it is a contract. Now we are talking of something written, something impossible. When suppose there's a interference in flight, there's a delay on flight, or they cannot take you, they arrange for you another flight because it's their liability, or they refund. Generally, they arrange other flights until there's emergency. It may delay your time, but that's already contract that if there's something happens, I'm not responsible. It's already there on contract, so you can't do anything. Yes, they have to provide you accommodation, they have to provide that as according to the requirement. So contract continues even you are not boarded that way. But once you are out on airport, destination airport, they won't give you food. Then your contract is over. This we have to understand. This is very important point. This is basics of contract. Means two parties shake hands. We are together. This is you, this is myself. And we working together for something when it is something particular. You have to understand this point. Don't be confused. Contract is nothing actually. Both parties agree together, that's it. Nothing else. But these are disputes, thousands of disputes on contracts. Long documents, long because work nature. Because of work nature. Building construction. It shall take years to construct some project. So this contract should be applicable throughout that duration, and even addition to that maintenance period also. So that's a long-term contract. Oh, it takes 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 1 year's maintenance. This is different type of contract, but basics is same. Basics is same. No difference. We say we add condition because of problems. Oh, see how many conditions on this contract. Yes, there are conditions because of nature of work. It's not a flight ticket you take out, you fly and get down ticket. So it's different kind of work. So we have to arrange. Therefore, contracts are different. It's different depending on what type of activities that work involves. It depends upon that. It's long-term, technical, engineering, commercial, and involving many other activities, many other departments you can say, or you can say many other disciplines, or whatever you can say. That depends upon you. In that way, we have to design a specific customized contract, not general one, depending on what sort of activity you have. For example, I give one example. I know start with FIDIC. I'll just give an example for your understanding. Let us say there's a contract for 2 years or something. This is 2 years contract. And there's an item in that contract in which manufacturing takes 2.5 years. Let us say there's an item on that contract which is going to be installed on that contract, that project. And that item, they say, itself takes 2 and 5 years to give you delivery of that item in full. How shall we show that? Contract duration we are going to fix for 2 years. We have no other choice. Our budget doesn't permit, our development plan doesn't. No, we have to complete this in 2 years' time. While that item manufacturing takes more than 2 years, there can be that situation. Now what do you do? Then you are, oh, how is possible? This cannot be possible. We can't do it. Yes, you will simply say that. But a professional man, a professional engineer, or a professional contractor, or a professional designer has to chart it out. Yes, it has to be done. How? Such items are called long lead items, not short lead items. Means item which can be procured within period of construction duration. Normally it is called ordinary items, short lead items. But when you say manufacturing period exceeds even longevity or duration of contract, that is called long lead items. Long lead items. These are handled differently. How these are handled? There is no contractor who will place purchase orders. There is no contract. How can you do this? No, it's not that. Now this depends between owner of that project and his engineer or designer or whoever is consultant, who is going to be responsible for that project. Between these two non-parties, I'm saying non-parties because consultant is not a party on construction project, it's a design party, management party. So in place of that contractor, future contractor who is unknown, this engineer on behalf of employer or owner shall do something for this problem to solve it. And what is there something? That's something that as on behalf of contractor, possible contractor or future contractor, this consultant would work and find this item in market where it is available. There is nothing, project is not started, but this consultant works as if it has started and search for that item, investigate that item, examine that item, test that item, and agree with that manufacturer. Of course, that person will write 3 or 4 quotation, do all that process. But what I am saying is this consultant shall work as contractor on behalf of contractor for this item and find this item, discover this item, agree rates with that manufacturer for this. In connivance with owner, of course, Because owner has to pay, and then after getting this this consultant shall make a contract between owner and manufacturer that this item shall be agreed. It's agreed with this rate, and you have to start manufacturing on this date, and you have to deliver this to this site XYZ contractor on this date. And that payment, whatever is required in advance or intermittent payment at frequently or whatever intervals we decide, paid to that manufacturer accordingly, and this manufacturer then manufactures that item without knowing who the contract in the future would be. But party one is employer, owner, and party two is manufacturer. And this will be reflected in contract of that party who's going to be contractor. That this, which we decided for procurement of this material with this manufacturer, this employer decided, and this contract between that manufacturer and this employer, once the contract starts, whoever contract exists or whoever comes in as contracted party, this as it is shall be transferred to that contractor as novated contract, novation contract, NOVATION, novation arrangement is this part of contract for this item shall be automatically transferred to contractor. And whatever liabilities, whatever afterwards on that would be baby of contractors. This payment is made to this item. This payment will not be paid to you. Only other payments of working on this and laying this and doing whatever on this, other this payment made to you. This payment which we have made shall not be made to you. Other all payments shall be made to you. That is what is done. And this is called novation of contract. Your contract, whatever you enter with that employer, this shall also be a part of that contract. That is treatment, that is solution of such issues, which I have seen in my career. Sometimes people say, why of innovation or innovation? I did something, I advised someone, some asked me for this advice, this happened. I say, this is not innovation. Sorry, he said, this was laughing actually. This is novation or innovation, because in our country, people are not interested in contracts, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they are not interested. I don't know reason behind that. Our engineers run away from contracts. They don't like contracts. They don't like some theories. They don't like to sit in offices. They just like, oh, I haven't seen foreign engineers also. Oh, I can't sit in office. If I sit in office and work, I would die. Die means not physically die, professionally die. I can't write. I can't understand. The 500-page document, how can I read that? I saw one English person who was in America and said, oh, so many correspondences you're writing, so many, I have never seen in my life, I cannot do this. So I try to see engineers are weak in writing, in contracting, they are just interested in formula and calculation and this. And this is their job, but exclusive calculation is none's job. Because you have to do job. You have to communicate. Communication is very important. What we call in management, you say, communication plays a role. Without communication, you can't even communicate to yourself. Forget about others. If you can't understand documents, say, you are an engineer, you can't understand document because you did not read it. You want a book comes to you, you keep it on desk. One day I see some page and keep it down. Then one day I say keep it down. Oh, we'll open when problem comes. You keep this pending, waiting for problem comes, and then problem it hammers on your head. You that time gets nervous and you won't find answer in that book until you read that book. If you read that book, you will find answers. If you don't read that book, answer would not come automatically. We are short in reading books. We are having no interest in that. If you don't have interest in reading books, we cannot develop coordination. We cannot develop interactions. We cannot. We have to. And moreover, for English, I can say, don't hate English. I have seen some people, oh, this is not my language. I know Hindi. Why are you speaking? This is not national language. What is national language? And what is international language? There is no national language and there is no international language. It's only for communication. You have to communicate to others. If the other party does not understand Hindi or Tamil or something else or French, they understand some broken English, you have to explain in that. If you want to deal with that person, if you want to deal with that party, you think we always use English now? Now, okay, I'm talking English. It doesn't mean I don't know Hindi. I know Hindi, but my Hindi I'm not using because my work is communicated in English. And if I use Hindi, others won't understand. Yes, those people who are in, when we work on sites with our people, you think we talk in English? No. Those people who cannot understand, all these workers and foremen and all those who are in your crew or team, who deal you walk to verbally and talk to you verbally, we don't have right to them each time. No, we don't. We talk to them, do this and do this. We talk in our language. We don't say, but our documents are in English. My drawings are in English. My documents are in English. I have to respond to those people who are managers, who are consultants, who are not. We write in English. We talk to them in English. If they understand our language, we talk to them. For example, my country people, I talk to them in our language. If they are from in the area, of course, if they are from South area, we don't talk in English. We talk in English in that case. It depends. So where is there saying that, oh, no, this is not nationalism. You are talking in English. You should talk in Hindi. This is foolishness. It's communication. Tell me one thing. If I don't know some person, I don't know language, but we smile together. Don't you understand that? We shake hand. Don't understand that? We embrace someone. Don't understand that? We eat together. Don't understand that? For that, you need English or Hindi. We are walking together, something, a talking common problem. Do you think language is a big problem there? If I am happy, I laugh, that person have that laugh. If I take tea, that person take tea. Is it English or Hindi? What is that? This is only mind setup. Yes, your mind is that fill here. Somebody told you, oh, no, do in Hindi or do in Tamil. You have just accepted that without analyzing this. World is different. World is different. In your own country, there are many languages. Can you learn every language? If you expect a Hindi, other one expects, okay, you learn my language. The others say, oh, you learn my language. How many languages shall you learn? So some portion is there. There's some common language everybody understands. People speak English, they don't know English. I have seen many people in life, engineers level people. Somebody who qualified in Arab from, say, Lebanon, in French university or American university or some other university, they speak accordingly. I talk to a person who is from French university. I talk to an engineer who is from American university. American university student or engineer, he speaks very good English. Right? Okay. French one comes, he doesn't know English. It doesn't mean he's not an engineer. It doesn't mean that. There's a difference because he said, okay, I am France. I'm from France university. I can speak French, you know very well. English doesn't know. Other ones from American university, he doesn't know French. So it doesn't matter. One Indian used to me, yesterday I go. Yesterday I go, or yesterday he go. No, if somebody he doesn't know English, he expresses his mind. So you have to understand what it says. So I don't know his language. His language either French or Arabic. I can't understand Arabic. I can't understand. Okay, it's sign language. You can see just like you say, come. You say, oh no. Language is not an issue. Issue is your mind. And moreover, majority of people in our country previously used to know English. Maybe now mind is changing. People don't understand life. Problem is that you do not use English. You only know Hindi, and you want to get job in Gulf. You will not get. Simple. You want job also. Even in your country, you can't do job. if you just depend on Hindi. You will be unsuccessful. Because we are speaking in Hindi, but we are not writing in Hindi. There's a difference. You are using dual language. Speaking is one, writing is other one. Everybody is writing Hindi, you think? No. If you are getting a job in some private company, forget government, you think you will write in Hindi? Never. So how can you get job then? When you are saying I don't job? Because there's a problem in your mind. There's a problem saying forget languages. Just communication. Remember. Nobody is asking you to speak English in your home. That is your choice. But I'm not speaking English because I know English. No. Because I want good communication. My communication should be for whole world. It's not fixed to only Delhi, Haryana or this. It's for entire world. So it's not that difficult also speaking. It's very grammatical or you have to take dictionary with you. It's not that. If you can't understand this English also, then you cannot communicate with others. Success comes from telling people what you want to do. That is communication. If your communication is not clear, then you can't be successful. Every job is communicative. You want to be in a standard position, you want to be having additional high position, and you don't want to talk to people, you don't want to communicate how is possible. That's what I'm saying. Don't take language as a problem. English language is not very difficult language. It doesn't matter you use grammar or translate, you just try to express what you think. Who bothers about your grammar? You say grammar of this Indian Express, all rubbish, complete rubbish. You say grammar of Gulf Times, or you can say this Al Jazeera, or many other newspapers, all rubbish. But it is nothing, we can't read that. We can understand that. So my request to you is, I have seen life. I'm not young. I'm not 66. Life is different. If you want to move further, you have to be with open mind, not narrow mind. If you want to be successful, don't be timid. Oh no, my language is Hindi, I can't do this. You are wasting your time. You are wasting your power. If you learn something, it's better for you. I'm not saying you be expert on that. Only communicative, expressive. So I am just talking in English so that you may learn something. It's not that I am teaching you management. I'm not teaching you management. I'm not teaching you contract. It's only informative that you know something about that. At least you know what is management, what is contract. If nothing else, maybe in your life you have to deal with that. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow you do contracting. Maybe you are some supervisor. Maybe somewhere you deal with them. It depends on your career. So something you know is better than nothing if you don't know anything. That's what it is. I'm not your teacher. No. I'm just expressing myself what I think. And expression means you have to express before others. I'm not very celebrative. I have no support. I'm not known in public and I am not interested in that also. Only is medium allows this. This medium of internet, before it was not there. Communication was a big problem. If you want to write to the newspaper, you had to write something. Then you have to go to that editor or by post or by meeting him. Then he would have edited so many in that in change words and you see by luck if you get that published in your editorial. It used to happen. But now that time is gone. You have a free medium. Of course, it's abusive. Some people abuse it. But this transmits what you say. At least you can reach people, to some people who know you, who listen to you. And that's required. If I'm not getting anything out, I'm not interested in that. But what I want is that my knowledge after my living body should not be destroyed. It should be useful to someone. If someone wants to use, it's fine. There's no compulsion. If somebody doesn't want to use, no problem. Something is on the card, let it be. Because everything cannot be purchased and everything cannot be sold. That's the only reason that I wanted to communicate to people. Though it's one way, it's not interaction because of arrangements on Facebook like that. And if you want to interact, you can write, you can ask questions. There's no problem for that. That's the only person. So don't hate language. So many people talk to me, I don't respond to them because if they you raise some questions, okay, I can talk to you. But just wasting time, I don't need you. That's true. But some people ask me many times, I don't know. If you don't know, why you worry? If you don't know that. No, I was not taught in your school, so what? School is end of education, you think. College is end of education. That is only a limit. This is your limit in this school, college, university. We will teach you only to this level. After that, we are not responsible. That is purpose of the degree. If you have a degree, that is a limitation that this is what we will teach you. Then if you want to improve yourself. They don't say don't improve yourself. So if you don't have some degree or some information, you open some book and read it. That's it. It doesn't mean you have another certificate. No need. You whatever certificate you have means your mind is open, it can understand, it can grasp information, and knowledge is nothing but information collection. You may be having PhD, if you don't use that, there's no meaning of PhD. No meaning at all. Education should be used. That's purpose of education. It should be used. Your mind should be assertive. You'll be affirmative, not hesitant, not opposing. And I don't this is. I don't know what sort of egos you have. Language is language. It's a script. We call in everything drawing is a language. Which language is that then? If I say drawing is our language. Whatever language you don't make drawing, you write something, but drawing is a language. The line work in drawing is a language. It's not text. Line work. You say it's plan, it's elevation, it's section, it's isometric, it's 3D, it's that. That is informative, communicative, without even a single script on that of any language. That is a language. View is a language. Line work is language. Traffic signs is language. Why don't you understand this fact? This traffic sign, this is the arrow, which language is that? This is a triangle this way or triangle that way, which language is that? Symbolic language. Do not fight with language. If you can learn it. It would give benefit. I have seen people, sometimes they speak very good English. Yes, it seems it's very educated or he has come from convent school. Sometimes you feel like that. But when I see that person write, he even cannot express what he speaks about. So there is a degradation in writing, but upgradation in speaking. While both should be balanced, that person is unable to balance that. Because he has not practiced in writing, he has practiced only in speaking. And there are some persons reverse. They're not habitual of speaking, but they can write very well. But there should be balancing act, means you should write as well as you should speak. That level is required. If you cannot write, then you cannot communicate as well. And when you speak, you cannot express everything you speak because during you speak, you have no time to think. And when you're writing, you have time to think. There is a difference. Thirsty again. Hard. No, hard. Maybe you're saying, I'm drinking water. Water. Well, no problem. Let's move further and talk about contracts and move further. Mr. Good morning, Mr. Dinesh. Good morning, Mr. Bashir, and Mr. who has slept and who's there. See, Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Let's see your names before we all right. So I explained about contract, and that's what I was interested in, and move further to FIDIC. But before that, going further, because this contract, FIDIC contract or construction contract, whatever type of contracts we do in construction industry, I'm calling it industry, though it's not industry in this country. Yet industry is industry, means laws apply there. And in these contracts, we have got construction contracts, we are going to talk is there are two parties, one is an employer and one is contractor. We know it very well. And both have their equality. In contract, it's equity-based contract, both have equal powers. Though we consider differently, but our consideration has got a meaning. International standard says that both are professionals. One is spending money and one is doing services, professional services. And then there's a contractor business, professional contractor. But professional means who is expert in that field, not new one person or a company or an organization, whatever it is. That should be a perfect one. That should solve problems in requirement of contract, and that should be able to do work more than expected a level. That contractor or contracting organization is called professional organization, and that must have that level of staffing with that equipment. That means all its capability or its potential or its, you can say, capacity building of that organization, which is expressed in pre-qualifications of that company when tender is submitted. At that time, part of technical specifications, or you can say technical submission or technical bid. There are two types of bid: technical bid and commercial bid these days, not single bid. So that technical bid must be that powerful, strong, or rich, that it should say yes, that's a contracting professional company. That that qualification must be expressed, must be understood, and your documents must mandate that yes, you're a professional. Only then you're admitted to that one. And when you are professional means you should know same thing as other party knows, or your supervisor or your manager engineer knows. You should know more than your engineer, because you are ultimately going to do that. Engineer is only going to supervise or examine your work, but you are going to take responsibility of every act you do on contract. And for that person, you should have that level of professionals, engineers, supervisors, foremen, and all that, and your skilled technicians, whom you are calling workers, industrial workers. You should have that type of who can handle safety, who can handle production, who can handle quality, who can handle everything. That type of that type of hands you should have on your contract. And for that purpose, there's a responsibility for everyone. When we say you're a contracting company, means you should have certain representative on that one. And that representative we call contractors representative, or we call that contractor agent, who works on those physical activities on behalf of contractor. But because contractor cannot work, you cannot find contractor. Oh, dedicated your responsibility. Must be there some qualified, some competent professional. Particularly in civil engineer should be civil engineer, competent civil engineer, or building engineer, or something. Or if it's different type of not civil contract, it's some other mechanical or electric EMA oriented contract, there should be mechanical engineer or something. It depends on specialty of job requirement. And then there should be it's building construction or civil construction or road construction or flyover construction or some of the water resources construction, whatever is related to engineering, it should be civil engineer or building engineer, depending on project specialty, project magnitude of work. Means the majority of that percentage of work is civil engineers. The usual civil engineers, or depending on projects of got this means major leaders should be civil engineer, depending on and maybe mechanical engineers, depending on projects. It depends upon. So that person will be competent enough to do job, understand job. And that's what I want to sandwich this discussion into this talk of FIDIC, because we should know application. We talked in the various collisions about contractors' duties, or duties of what contractors agent, or you can say contractors representative, how should act to those duties. That's also very important to understand, and which I respond to. I put on to shoulders and heads of that representative contractor, contractor's agent, you may say, site agent, you may say, project manager, you may say. Title is not important. Duty, responsibility is important. And that person has many important responsibilities, activities to do on his own. What are those actually? So that we can penetrate through conditions thoroughly. It's just statements in conditions of FIDIC do not mean anything until we understand the sort of applications person should do to meet those conditional requirements. That's important. So I have already published that long back in many videos, but you cannot find that information in the video immediately. And actually, it's a physical form of work. What sort of that engineer should be, or manager should be, or agent should be, what's the role that he's got. I'm just sandwiching that discussion here in this talk. It's not from FIDIC, it's from, I can say quote unquote, it's not FIDIC. It's some information based on my experience. I had written here in this publication. This publication was this was released in '96, and I'm not going to advertise that publication. I'm going to just content of that. That first of all, let me tell you all about that. This is certain activities. This is a building practice book, building practice which you know it very well, and in this I don't know. Actually, this is torn. So I just want to show some cover page only. The storm. Let me show you something here. The storm page is only this one. Building practice book is longer, and this is based on complete practice of site. It's not not textbook. It's not examination book. It's books for practical learning. And in this, I have taken reference to this is about site agent, and this is the site agent. This is contractor's chief executive on job, site is designated agent or whatever it is. I speak that. I'm just showing the references written here, and this is some chart of organization here. This is contractor and their contracts manager and so many other designations depending on what is the means. This is chart here. So in there's three organization, various positions are there. You understand that very well. I'm just reflecting you of this. So I'll just there's a reference, nothing else. I'll say now what is this mean? What does it mean? It says that this contract organization says there's a contractor, there's a contract manager, depending on size of job, and then on one side is the maintenance, there's a garage and plants and mechanics and stores, and then there's an office manager, administrator one, there's office manager, accounts and cash, and then the office secretariat, and then if you go down to there's a quantity section which works out quantities, there's chief quantity surveyor, assistant quantity surveyor, or typist, or whatever. In those days they were typists, not computers. Then there's site, there's practical work on site, the site agent or site manager said, and there's below is a plant engineer, then site engineer, then deputy agents. Like that, there's so many designations, nothing to do now to learn all information. That's what is actually agent I'm talking of. This contractor's chief executive on job site is designated agent or site agent or contractor's representative or site manager for project. Agent should be responsible for job in an overall manner, answerable to contractor, to resident engineer's representative, and consultants. Of course, consultants means support of resident engineer group, and to engineer also if is necessitated, and that agent has to respond to engineer also, who is a legal executive on contract. Then answer to the contractor to designate and the engineer required and has to discuss group of duties of complex nature and technicalities. Agent on buildings project must be technically competent, administratively sound, and dynamic, energetic, and possess many other secret eyes. Shall be bound See just a list of duties I mentioned here on this page. Let's keep now. I'm just showing you sandwich discussion, not expression. what I'm going to talk about just for a question. This is that to be financially responsible. Financially responsible means budget control in business as well as some contractors do not want a contracts managers, wherein the case part of total responsibility shall also be included in agent's responsibility duties. Agent acts as a superintending engineer as far as technicalities and coordinations are concerned, which have been explained earlier now, and other minute duties listed and shall be further elaborated. Means that only holding merely of engineering degree or academic qualification does not suffice, but a specialist tutorial qualification such as experience on contracts of buildings to successfully match job requirements. This manager of site duties are listed as indicatively below, but shall not be restricted to that one or limited to that one. Now, I said actually, let us say maintain site diary, maintain site diary, daily reports submittal, daily job recording also these days, and material submittals and shop and working drawing submittals and weekly programs and quarterly programs and complete programs and revised programs and monthly progress reports and monthly technical and coordination meeting and monthly technical and coordination meetings internal for contractor, general meetings, special and instant meetings, site memorandum, site instructions, engineers instructions, valuation for complete work, subcontractors valuations, reflected ceiling plans, as built or record drawings, requests for inspections and test reports, concrete pour records, material test records, material state schedules, and drawing status schedules, and complete coordination liaison related to allied services departments, local bodies. This I listed in 1980, 96, you can say, or 92 to 96 period that I used to. I skip over it. So this is only limited one. There are so many others, but I'm just limiting just to just explain to you is what actually condition of FIDIC means. Then if you just see a list again, I can show you that one. This is what duties are, as you can say. You can read that. This already to see. Then if you go forward. If you go further elaboration of that is that internal dealings with contractors organization is let's say internal dealing your own organization. It says that material requirements procure you have to procure materials, right? And coordination with garage, stores, and workshop. You have your own garage, your own stores, your own workshop. You need internal coordination for demanding materials, for demanding machines, equipment, transport, whatever you need for that site. You have to internally arrange that with in charges of those small like garage in charges there, stores in charges there, or workshop in charges there. You need inputs from them. You need facilities for the support from them for your site. There's a daily reporting to says daily reporting how you have to report your head office every day for what you have done, and then you have to seek also from them something like obtaining of various records pending for submissions and approvals and coordination. You have to deal with your office. You can say if your office is nearby or even if it's nearby, you have to deal with them through internet. And coordination with main quantity survey, means quantity survey responsible for billing, quantity survey responsible for quantities. So you have to depend on main quantity survey responsible for job. In case same is not based on site or medium site jobs and quantity survey based on site, then you can handle directly because that reports to you. Then coordination with office manager and other staff. Because you have to deal with workers, you have to deal with something else, you deal with so many other requisitions. For that you have to handle, you have to deal not only you, others will also deal with them, other your colleagues and other projects. That's the office engineer for administrative purpose and other staff who are there in accounts staff, some other staff. And if they're a foreign country, other administrative visa stuff and all that. Then coordination with office and the coordination with contracts manager means you have to coordinate with senior who is responsible for project totality and then solving other miscellaneous labor problems and coordination with other engineering sections of company to take or give any machine or any material involved in job or workforce adjustments. And then you have what you have to do at site. That's just the brief means on site whom you have to build. This I just explained to you from your internal arrangements. It's for other one. It's for site. And I have to tell the phone put this off. And then I have to say dealing at site, and this is what dealing at site is: daily program, and then daily supervision, and daily material orders, solving instant problems, and solving problems with consultants, and pursuing matter to solution, solving staff disputes, and making necessary orders in the interest of job, labor bills for wages and overtime and leave sanctions, and labor working on contract valuations to be kept moving, then preparation of reinforcement pending schedules, proposing alternatives to resident engineer for discussions and approvals, and technical study of job, and instructing site engineers when required, daily meetings and generalization as required. The minimum, there can be anyone, it's just at that time I wrote this is long before. Then it is elaboration of coordination as pointed earlier. Now there are certain kinds of, you can say, coordination required on site, and that will be architectural and structural coordination. We will discuss at length, and also there is then structural and mechanical engineering coordination, electrical mechanical engineering coordination, you can say EME coordination, reflective ceiling plans, we have to understand them, and also there is then then there is structural finishes, electrical, structural plumbing and drainage, and services finishes, external services, critical external works. Like that, there are so many issues which one, for example, this is architectural, structural coordination is required. This is a long one, but we have to understand brief on that. Let us say, you can say contract drawings comprise of architectural, I'm talking contract drawings. Contract documents, you can say, contract drawings, contract documents comprise of architectural, structural, allied services, civil works, and miscellaneous works. Architectural details should be related to structural details, and in case of discrepancies being discovered, that should be informed to resident engineer, or related structural and architectural engineers, and remedial engineers details obtained. Structural details as included as engineer's details cannot be followed blindly, since these drawings are used on architectural requirements, and details as in engineer's design, having brought that in notice of resident engineer. It's up to resident engineer whether alternative or alteration is to be made in engineer's details. But the site memo should be requested by agent to confirm that instructions be to protect a contractor's future extent of commerce. In this case, there can be no claims raised due to aberration. Aberration as seen should have been examined before closing tender. General practice adopted is that alterations, adjustments are done to structures and recorded as built drawings. Be noted that this can be done in one go on all parts of project, since it's not practically possible to overload work on site as well as low staff strength on site. Tendency of every contractor remains to maintain minimum level of staffing on site to make economy, but this practice of comparing drawings should be carried out continuously, particularly by site engineer or project coordinator of contractors who are responsible fully technically by part of project site assigned to agent. Moment on site engineer discovers any discrepancy, immediately he has to bring that to notice of site agent or coordinator, who shall get discrepancies remedied by resident engineer, specialist engineers. Site engineer may directly contact resident engineer or specialist and engineer, and let decision taken or finalization reached communicated to agent or coordinator later so that site head is kept informed. Then now to a new structure, this coordination may not be that difficult, but complexities arise when a structure is existing and alterations or the additions are to be carried out. Now, for example, an existing shed made of structural steel framework and all old walls of cladding and roof with old sheets is to be dismantled partly, altered, and extension to be carried out in existing as a new structure in both directions. New design incorporates new steel structure framework of different sections in portion to be extended and alterations in existing framework. The RCC slab shall be added between floor level and an eaves level to act as a balcony to gymnasium below. Existing old walls shall be converted to sheet cladding, while this is case where an existing shed is to be converted to a modern sport stadium or complex. This main contractor decides to award structural steel work and wall steel cladding work to two parties both in different countries, both located in different countries due to quotation being too low, the lowest you can say the lowest. Contracts manager presumes that both contractor and supplier or subcontractors and sincere and shall coordinate efficiently. Contract subcontractor further provides a clause that structural steel subcontractor shall simply material while erection shall be carried out by main contractor himself. Sheet cladding subcontractor shall supply as well as erect finished product supply himself. On demand of structure, steel steel subcontractors sites agent communicates all technical information to him, shortening to him. Now, sheeting cladding subcontractor all measures all details from site personally. Drawings of structural steel are submitted for engineers approval, who in turn comments on submitted working drawings. That approval is made subject to coordinations with cladding work. Now, two subcontractors are not found very cooperative practically. Cladding person submits drawings and there is a lot of confusion, but consultants and resident engineer approve them commenting that approval is granted subject to coordinations, subject to coordination. To avoid any some loose due to miscoordinations, which shall conclude to time wastage only, you can expect that what shall be fate of fate of site during execution, during progress. Then you can expect what shall be fate of such site During excavation, during the progress, many problems arise. Alterations and adjustments are done. This kind of job particularly requires very close coordination to avoid any home, any sumless due to this coordination which sheet consultant attributes in place. Then there is structural mechanical engineering. Now we understood about value of coordination business. Now it's about structural and mechanical engineering. This is also very important one. Which says because structural and mechanical engineering are very interconnected. So engineering works involves elements of centralized air conditioning systems, comprising of supply and return air ducts, volume control dampers, dampers and attenuators, fire dampers, and various others other fittings to pass through either structural walls or web of structural frame. Beams coming in duct roots or ducts, penetrating beam. It has been made clear that the contract drawings or tender drawings issued for services shall shall be converted into working drawings from there being schematic drawings, and also in contracts a clause is included that for complete air conditioning system, the complete air conditioning system contractor shall remain fully responsible for design, installation, and commissioning, and also maintenance to first class standard of functioning. Therefore, complete responsibilities for its functioning goes to contractor. So in morning, every day in morning, you talk to motor. So what I'm saying is then it should be first class. Design means it is installation, commissioning, and also maintenance to first class standard of functioning. Therefore, complete responsibility for its functioning goes to contractor, who shall be supposed to design, install, coordinate, and in first class. Explain that first class is something else. Now, now when it's first class standard of functioning, therefore complete responsibility for its functioning goes to contractors, who shall be supposed to design, install, coordinate, and commission. Therefore, while designing a size of ducts and air conditioning, contractor must request each of main contractor to provide size of ducts. Air conditioning contractor must request its agents of main contractor to provide complete information of all structural beams, walls, and all details he thinks necessary for purposes of coordination may be ceiling height, room height, level of beam, soffits, etc. Now here is what actually that person has to do that's important in that case. He must carefully study structural details for fixation of sizes and duct routes which shall assist in serving in saving of many reroutings as is often experienced. Simultaneously, he shall into look into technical aspects of. Now it says that simultaneously he shall look into a technical aspect of discipline. For example, velocity of cool air shall be maintained within limits. Remember, no structural engineer shall permit pass of duct. So structural wall, structural beams of RCC, particularly where large shear forces and bending moments are assisted by by beams. In case air conditioning contractor inevitably requires design size of duct and structure is not built up at that time. A structural engineer at his technical will in consultation with the resident engineer and and engineer may alter size of beam to accommodate beams in isolation. Then with duct space pro does a provision, but there shall remain no choice once contractor or the answer is when once the structure is built, with no choice once the structure is built, and location of heavy machines such as chillers shall be made done in such a manner that loads are properly uh, uh, location of heavy machines such as chillers shall be done in such a manner as loads are unfortunately distributed on beams designed for purpose. Now this is just a means a reference to what a mechanical engineer has to think about and how to coordinate with other engineer to find a solution as well. Then you go to electrical, mechanical, and engineering coefficients. This I want you to actually read this for people. These are very important, though boring of course, but boring means responsible. There is something boring is responsive. I don't know why I'm feeling thirsty so much. Today is 28 at 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock is 28, so now it's only 30. I'll go somewhere electrical, mechanical, engineering coordination, EME it is called. This part of coordination is in fact a cumbersome one process, and particularly when these disciplines are in hands of different persons. Contractors, since contract drawings need be converted into working drawings since contract drawings require be required be converted to working drawings which shall be drawn on basis of details of equipment to be installed are available. Most these items may be imported and our economical decisions to finalize purchase order shall take a long time. For the conditions of so it says most of items may be imported and economical decisions to finalize purchase order shall also take a long time. Conditions in main contract that shop drawings is submitted are be submitted in period of 60 days. Some other cross prescription shall remain of most descriptions if party or non or some they are not ready. Parties involved are not ready. From very moment of tendering and the result shall be that these drawings are not completely approved even after couple of months of job start helping and delaying job. Always they shall approve. Now let's go to the other one. That's means the further part of this. If parties involved are not ready, the condition in main contract that shop drawing is submitted in a period of 60 days or prescription, some other prescription, then shall remain or more description if parties involved are not ready from very moment of tendering and result shall be that these drawings are not completely approved. Then even after now if you see what it says, if parties involved are not ready, from very moment of tendering and result shall be that these drawings are not completely approved. Even after a couple of months of job start helping delaying jobs. Always there shall be pool of submission of drawings before our event. Then you can say always there shall be a pool of submission drawings before every monthly progress meeting by contractors to protect their. So always there shall be pool of submission drawing due for every monthly meeting by contractor to protect them from minutes of the minutes of submit minutes of submitted drawings, which is not a good thing. Both free for professional. Reflected ceiling plans is very important actually. Reflected ceiling plan. Now, what is reflected ceiling plan? Air conditioning, ductwork, diffusers and splitters, electrical light, luminaries, details are of much significance, directly related to coordination, and these plans cannot be finalized in absence of all said informations and technicalities involved. Lame excuse, lame excuse by relevant parties to discipline shall not solve any problem. if made just to defend skin in not continuous contribute. No. So says lame excuses by different parties to disciplines shall not solve any problem if made just to defend skins and not contribute progressively for item. Now shall not solve in purpose if made just to defend skins. Okay. Not to purpose. Agent shall have to title everyone involved for that and else he shall be in problems and then okay, also this computer slips from my hands. I'm not used to picnics these days. Now here is now it's agent shall have to title everyone involved for that or else he shall be in problems. This item shall involve various other factors. Then say this item shall involve various other factors such as size of ceiling light tiles which should be in match with size of AC diffusers. Now coming on to that, it shall also need, it says sizes of ceiling tiles which should be in match with sizes of AC diffusers, splitters and sizes of luminaries should match tile model. It should also meet provision of equal statements. Then should match with tile models. It shall also meet provisions of equal internal intensity of illumination everywhere. So position of editable filling wires down. Ceiling lights to be done that way and also so positioning of ceiling lights be done and that way also 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 diffusers etc. So there are structural features. There's long actually 2 or 3 pages are there still and I'll take them later on. As time consuming, I'll leave it here. Just let's take it later on because I don't want to take complete time on this. Yes, these are various activities I think we need to clear off. Means coordination is backbone of project. This I have to say here. And now I am moving on to this conditions of contract and that we have gone through. This is general conditions of contract for construction. This is FIDIC. You know it. If you don't remember, I'll show you again same clips of that so that you may know what I'm talking of. That's very important to know. I'll move on to this and later on we'll talk about these duties will after. Cannot be I cannot go that is reading and it takes time. I'm not just thinking they are reading, it's not easy to flow. So if I see while shifting to which I continued last time, and this is general conditions of contract. This is Felix. This is 2017 edition. and then I'll go to see timesheets or graphics regarding sequences and timesheets. Yeah, sequence here, this time sequences. Then there's another sequence which is other timing sequence, means payment sequence and other sequence. There will be dispute sequence as well. Then there's another sequence. These are sequence only. I'm going to talk of this now, what actually is contained in this. So, so this is your page I showed to you. Then there's sequence, and that is now it is FIDIC condition of contract for buildings and engineering works designed by employer, and then copyright page and others contents. Now there are few content is there. Then we have the conditions are the clause 1 to 21. Then appendix general conditions of dispute resolution adjudication agreement, and all this there, and there's guidance, actually guidance is there. Then after that, annex is. And if we go further down, we'll find all these clauses contain the acknowledgements here, and then it is again some notes. Now, typical sequences of principal events during contracts for construction. I just read for your information, those who are reading for those. Maybe refreshing one. Time for, I only read for this page, not all. Time for completion is to be stated in contract data as number of days, to which is added any extension of time under subclass 8.5. In order to indicate sequence of events, this diagram is based upon examples of contractors failing to comply with subclass 8.2. Then the defects notification period is to be stated in contract data as the number of days to which is added any extension under subclause 11.3. Now, depending on type of work, gets after completion may be also be required. Now you can see this chart which is showing first the issue of tender document, then submission of tender document. This is a gap, which is 28 days before submission of tender is baseline, and contractor's receipt of letter of acceptance. Then when you submit tender, and up to 28 days they should be decided. Then commencement date and timing of completion. There is no limit here. So it's just like that. This is a diagram, a graphics, and you can see that also. Another one is typical sequence of payment events envisaged in contract clause, and there is typical sequence of disputes events envisaged in clause 21. 21 means last clause, which is disputes clause. And then it is typical sequence of events of. So then typical sequence of events, the agreement of determination under subclause 37, and then there is scenario 2, then scenario 3, and scenario 4. After we move further, you'll find constructions. Now we move further to index. This is very important one. Index, you should know what is the index of this book. And you will know what you can learn from them. You cannot simply start each clause and say first you have to go to complete index. General provisions are there in one. General provision is one, that is definitions, interpretations, notices of other communications, law and language, priority of documents, contract agreement, assignment, care and supply of documents, delayed drawings or instructions, employers' use of contractors' document, contractors' use of last document, confidentiality and compliance with laws, joint and several liabilities. After that, you see it is your number two, that is employer. Number two, that's which is right of access to site assistance, employers' personal and other contractors, employers' financial arrangements, site data and item of reference, employer supplied materials and employers' equipment. Then there is number three, that's engineer's duties and authority, engineer's representative, and delegation by engineer. And then there is engineers instructions, replacement of instructions. Uh, and then now if you say contractor, which is number four, that's I think I told you about engineer, right? Let me tell you again. Engineer's duties and authority, engineer's representative, delegation by engineer, engineer's instruction, replacement of engineer, agreement. Yes. And the contractor. Or the contractor, maybe it's not feel that. Maybe Sunday it is. So contractor, now I move to contractors. Contractors general, contractors general obligation, performance security, contractors representative, contractors documentary. We are just talking about contractors representative, contractors documents and training, cooperation, setting out health and safety obligatories, obligations, quality management and compliance verification systems, use of site data, sufficiency of accepted contract amount, and unforeseeable physical conditions. Then physical. Yes, unforeseeable physical conditions, because page is down, can't see unforeseeable physical conditions, right of way and facilities, avoidance of interference, access routes and transport of goods, contractors equipment, protection of environment and temporary utilities, progress reports and security of site, contractors' operation on site, archaeological and geological findings. Then number five is subcontractors. Subcontractors nominate subcontractors. Then six is staff and labor. There is staff and labor. Staff and labor. I had to start here. Just I tell you, staff and labor is there, in which engagement of staff and labor, rates of wages and conditions of labor, requirement of personnel, laws, labors, then working hours and facilities for staff and labor, healthy and healthy and then healthy and safety of personnel, contractors, superintendents, contractors, personnel, contractors. And then of course you can say contracts, personal contracts, records. It's time now. Let me see. This is comes as now go to plant materials. Before that, staff and labor. This is Article 6. I'll go to 6 now to discuss further. 6. Let me go to 6. In one we studied accept general. In one we studied one was accepted contract amount and advance payment certification, advance payment guarantee, base date, bill of quantities, claims, commencement date, compliance verification system, conditions of contract or these conditions, contractor, contract agreement, contract agreement, and then contract data and contract price. That is contract agreement, contract data, contract price, contractor, contracts document, contract equipment, contracts personal, contracts representative, cost plus sense, quantity, DAB, dispute evidence, adjacent board, and then blah blah blah. Then you say of see cost plus profit, country, DABs agreement, date of completion, date, schedule, defects novelty period, the images disputes. After that, you can say dispute, drawings, and employers, then employers, equipment, uh, employers, personal. Then, then this employers supplied material, engineers representative, exceptional event and extension of time, EOT. Then FIDIC, final payment certificate, and then fire final statement for the foreign currency, general conditions, course, interest, survey, job ventures, like this. Then you go to JV undertaking, etc. Now I'll jump to directly to labor and that because that's main point we have to discuss. Labor, that's that. Because we can start new something. employment, personal and other contractors, then employers, financial, site data, engineer. Again, this another engineer, then it is delegation engineer. Now, let me find it. Let's take it much time. Find that. I don't know. I'm browsing it. Meetings, contractors, then as built records, training, operations, settlement, you can see interrogations, quality management competence, then use of site data, subcontracting. Yes, this is staff and labor. Staff and labor. So we have reached the staff and labor. Staff and labor, and we'll study of that today. Engagement of staff and labor. Except as otherwise stated in specifications, contract shall make arrangements for engagement of all contractors' personnel and for their payment, accommodation, feeding, transport, and welfare. This is 6162 is rate of wages and conditions of labor. Contractor shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions of labor which comply with all applicable laws and are not lower than those established for trade or industry where work is carried out. If no established rates or conditions are applicable, contractors shall pay them rates of wages and observe conditions which are not lower than that general level of wages and conditions observed locally by employers whose trade or industry is similar to that of contractors. Then it is 6.3, that's recruitment of persons, and 6.4 labor law. So we talk together. Recruitment of persons. Contractors shall not recruit Contractors shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst employers' personnel. Neither employer nor engineer shall shall recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst contractors' personnel. And then what it says that contractors shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from employer's personnel. Means you will not recruit anybody from employer or party one. This is ethics, you can say. This is for recruiting personnel for your contracting company. You won't take anybody from employer or party one. And also neither employer nor engineer shall recruit to attempt to recruit staff. So this is very analytical one. Read this. Article 1 says neither employer nor engineer. Employer nor engineer also not there. No. Neither employer nor engineer shall recruit or attempt to recruit staff any labor from amongst contractors personnel. They may require services but no recruitment. Services can be according to contract, but as far as recruitment is concerned, this is prohibited in FIDIC. All right, this is something new they are written. Though ethically it's okay, extended extension of services can be allowed, but recruitment is another question. Now, 6.4 is labor law. Labor laws. Contractors shall comply with all relevant labor laws. All relevant labor laws applicable to contractors' personnel, including laws relating to these employment, including wages and working hours, health, safety, welfare, immigration and immigration, immigration, and shall allow them all their legal rights. This is what Felix says. Let me read further. This means there are certain controls. So labor law says in this, contractor shall comply with all relevant labor laws applicable to contractors' personnel, including laws relating to their employment, including wages and working hours, health, safety, welfare, immigration, and shall allow them all their legal rights. Health must be cared for, safety must be cared for, welfare of all persons should be thought, and also Ireland and sorry, also you can say immigration and immigration welfare, which is if somebody leaves country and goes to other country, for example, that's immigration, and then immigration from one area to other area. It depends on what action, what was requirement here. When you leave from this country and go overseas, things immigrate there from airport and one part was migration actually, that is migration. So laws must be abided by. That's main point here. You cannot exploit workers, and there is contractor shall require contractors personnel to obey all applicable laws, including those concerning health and safety at work. So this is very important part. Working hours. Working hours question is as there is a laws everywhere and working hours are limited, defined in acts or in regulations. Those must be respected, cannot be overlooked. So no work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days. On locally recognized days of rest. This means you cannot work on wages, on daily wages, or even whatever monthly basis, where there's some restriction of laws due to something. Right is no work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days of rest or outside normal working hours stated in contract. Data. Uh, So let me finish this before that. It's working hours say no work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days of rest or outside normal working hours stated in contract data unless unless okay then otherwise unless otherwise stated in contract. If it is stated in contract, then you have to do it. Or engineers give consent to. If engineer said no problem, you can do that. Or work is unavoidable or necessary for protection of life or property or for safety of works, in which case contractor shall immediately give a notice to engineer with reasons and describing work required in that duration when there is local vacation or local holiday. Now, facilities for staff and labor. Facilities for staff and labor. This is very important, and except as otherwise stated in a specification, contractor shall provide and maintain all necessary accommodation and welfare facilities for contractors' personnel. You have to give vacation and some accommodation, welfare facilities, otherwise you are not abiding by constitution of your law, constitution of India. That one is a it can be in other country you have to provide that facility. So except as otherwise stated in the specification, contract shall provide and maintain all necessary accommodation. And now it says that except as otherwise stated in specification, contractors shall provide and maintain all necessary accommodation and welfare. This. Then you go further, each if such accommodation and facilities are to be located on site. Another way means you want them located at site if it is permissible, except where employer has given contractor prior permission. They shall be located within areas identified on contract in contract. If any such so it says if if such accommodation and facilities are to be located on site, except where employer has given contractor prior permission, they shall be located within areas identified on contract. If any such accommodation or facilities are found elsewhere within site, contractor shall immediately remove them at contractor's risk and cost. Contractor shall also provide facilities for employer's personnel as stated in specification of contract. The health and safety of personnel. In addition to requirement of subclause 48, health and safety obligations, contractors shall at all times take necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractors' personnel in collaboration with local health safety authorities. Contractors shall ensure that medical staff, medical staff, first aid facility, sick bay, ambulance services, and any other medical services stated in specification are available at all time at site and at any accommodation for contractors and employers personnel. Then, so question. Then says suitable arrangements are made for necessary welfare and hygiene requirements and for prevention of epidemics. So these are two important points. Let's say these are important. It's happening now. It's revelation to that. This is, I repeat, health and safety because this is important one for everybody. It's not simply in contract, but otherwise as well. This is important. Still one. In addition to requirements of subclass 48, health and safety obligations, contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractors' personnel in collaboration with local health authorities. Contractors shall ensure that a all right. So we read it again. It's invited in addition to requirement. I think sometimes it's better to explain in my way if I can. But if I find it difficult, I repeat it. I say, is health and safety actually this is also be added with environment and ergonomics, which is missing here. Yet we can add that once I should say, no problem at all. The addition to requirements of clause 48 health and safety obligations, contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractors, the personnel in collaboration with local health authorities, and the contractor shall ensure that medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, ambulances, and so it simply says medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, ambulance services, and any other medical services stated in specifications are available at time of right. So we are talking of medical facilities and we are talking suitable arrangements are made for necessary welfare and hygiene requirements and preventive. I've actually checked the cost. You have to provide complete facilities on that accommodation that is on site. It's not simple that written here. That's enough. Means you have to provide not only that, you have to provide complete health requirement, possibly food. You have to say first of example, you have to provide accommodation to them, of course, dependent on the requirement of the locality to provide sewerage system, water supply system, gas system, mess separately for them to take food means hygienic conditions, and transport, of course, from site into site. Then hygienic of every room. Then you have to provide them hot water, and you have to provide them some games area also. Means they have to play in the and they should put some common room also. They can sit watch TV. It's not simply helping. Simply you have to distract that one, and you have to provide them, some facilities on holidays, for example, Saturday, Sunday, or in our world is Friday or Thursday, where you can go to if suppose you are located in desert areas 300 kilometers from city means you cannot go daily to your city, you cannot buy your items or you have to depend upon localities and then this is you can you to provide them some transport, some bus something on Monday to go to city and come back and buy or see what you want to see. And when you get salary, you want to remit that salary, you should provide them some vehicle that they can go to bank to remit their one. Yes, all these are added fees, not simply or specified in FIDIC to follow. We have to design ourselves, and then there's a say water they are doing, the sewage there. This is STP, that's called sewage treatment plant. It should be provided there. Water supply should be provided there. Other facilities, or you can say, or there should be some medical center nearby and people still free to walk in free time. Like that means they can easily go to local shopping center or buy something. They are not for them. You don't have to say buy something any addition to the messing or something. All that and there's it's not that they should take bath and wash soaps and all that. And they should have frequent buses to go to site for their work and They should not be charged with that much overtime. They can't work, they can't get maximum, and that they should not be provide any drinks like whiskey or that, which you have to say if you ensure that sort of, and whenever they're sick, they should go to hospital. Sometimes it happens fucking 2 hours. It's not necessarily a person lies means you should have a local doctor there for your strength, enough strength of your workers that either a nurse or a doctor should be there immediately with medicine something. All these facilities will play a role in life. Means that camp is actually we named that camp life camp. If you might have heard, it's not ordinary living camp, life camp where life is working, life is moving, and that's what its requirements. If they you don't allow laundries, for example, then you have to give them some washing facility where some laundry man is there who can wash their clothes. If they want hygiene, if they don't that they must, if they wash themselves, then they'll certainly will spoil that area. So then you have to provide a laundry for them. Also, some decentralized system that everybody loses 2 or 3 clothes every week and wash and then get it back. Whether it's paid or unpaid doesn't matter. Then you have to provide them barber shop also in their camp. So there's 1,000% income. They need cutting, hair cutting. You provide that one. It depends on if they allow them some their children here or their women are there, then you have to provide their facilities. Like this means you have no limit for that. That's why I said I stay just one sometime yourself. This is an old document. Maybe it's written by other people who are not used to that facility, but it's construction. And you have to see environmentally how it works. Environment protection is there, and you have to ensure also one more thing I just not tell you that this is ultraviolet rays impact on them. Summer, say example, now it is time 11 ultraviolet index is 11, 12. This is at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock afternoon, it's then at 11. You have to make sure what's happening in the environment. Its temperature is 40, 41. You have no right to ask them for work in sun. Either they work in covered area and on a build-up area, or you can't say go to concreting at 2 or 3 o'clock, even though it's not permitted. Under 40 degrees Celsius, you can't do concrete in the concrete specification, contract code. You can't do that. So you have to make sure that if ultraviolet index is more than say it's 1, 2, 3, 10 is maximum. It's maximum in international level. Then that can lead your skin to cancer. It can lead your eyes to cataract. You have to see that medical requirement. Means you of course you have to give them orals to hear, but even then you have to provide them such activity in that time. They should be shared one. Although I'm not saying let's take rest, you then say activity that doesn't require exposure to sun. 10, 8, 9, 6, above 4. These are too dangerous because ultraviolet rays penetrate your export surface of body. Rays can penetrate, though you are using helmet, okay, fine. What about nose? What about cheeks? This can and covering is not a protection 100%. Means eyes, everybody doesn't goggle. Everybody doesn't use that. Means goggles, their specs they are not using. So this is means what safety engines are required on sites for that. They are required for that safety. I don't blame directly site persons because they have technical jobs to do. They have so many activities, but this is job of safety apps officer to ensure what's happening around, how people are working, whether or not they are giving suitable drinks to drink to the required once a day in hot time, to cold water if you get they get other means which they can get benefit of. So that's very important point means we are discussing here. Every point we have to show. That's why I was thinking about this very limited point given here. We have to think based on practical aspect of everything. So now I say that I was talking about health and safety here. So we go back now. Contractor shall appoint a health and safety officer. I'll just refer to that. Contractor shall appoint a health and safety officer at site responsible for maintaining health, safety, and protection against accidents. Officers shall be qualified, experienced, and competent for of this responsibility and have authority to issue directions for purpose of maintaining health and safety of all personnel authorized to enter or work on site and to take protective measures to prevent accidents. This okay is self-explanatory. Then throughout execution of works, contractor shall provide whatever is required by this person to exercise this this responsibility and authority. Naturally, these people generally help the safety officers or safety engineers. They are well trained people. They know what is OSHA, is Occupational Safety Health Association. They know this training. They know this work. They know their jobs. They can even if they don't know these are not that much difference. You cannot understand that all activities are not required on all sites and all provisions are not required on all sites depending on type of what you have to provide that one. Working at heights, for example, working on ground, for example, working at some in between example, and what sort of area is that? Some offenders is coming and not coming. It depends upon how it's in time here or again. It depends on how these stations, the areas are working. Wherever there is a danger, you should be concerned about. That's what health and safety people know. They understand that, and they also conduct toolbox talks frequently. Means toolbox talks generally mean on various activities involved, because in all activities they have to involve taxation and work. They have to do that. Okay. After that, we go this hefty issue. Then contractor superintendent. So as far as health and safety is concerned, if you go through text of this video or the last videos, you will find a complete list of talks I have made before regarding HSC environment. Ergonomics is also there, environment is there, health safety. These about I think more than 30 talks I made in that. 13 talks I into such chapters, small chapters, like those method statements required for safety, HSCS. This is a very descriptive one, and these are based on real experience, not just from some book. So you can read them if required, because these are all linked: safety, health, and work, and further technical. It's all are linked. So you can see if you are interested of time, you can see that no force, no compulsion. It's for your support. If you want to get something, you convert yourself from professional person. You can go through that. Now contractor superintendents actually. What is superintendence? First of all, you should understand what is superintendence means. Overall supervision means detailed supervision and distance supervision, gross supervision. Something you see from distance, something from the middle line, something very close. All is called supervision. So contractor superintendence is from commencement date from commencement date until issue of performance certificate, contractor shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, manage, inspect, test, and monitor execution of works. I repeat. Again, say superintendence is a superior part. Name itself is super. You are intention, what you want to intend to see, and super level you have to see in graphs. You must have every view in your mind, either a direct work or from distance in your office. All you can see through your engineers, through your technicians, through your the involved. Superintendence is not that easy, just like other parts of our corporation accounts. So we go further on this. It says that commencement from commencement date until issue of performance certificate. Last stage when you say performed, performed, what performed? that states whole duration of contract plus possibly maintenance. This contract shall provide all necessary superintendence to what? To plan, to arrange, to direct, to manage, to inspect, test and monitor execution. How many activities FIDIC is giving? But there are more than that. Let's consider these only: plan, arrange, direct, manage, inspect, test, and monitor execution of works. So from planning to end, all activities coming in, which is arrange, plan, arrange, direct, manage, inspect, test, monitor. So this here, planner is there, manager is there, director is there, all that type are there. How it works, let's see. Superintendent shall be given by a sufficient number of persons. Now, superintendence shall be given by a sufficient number of persons. Persons with personal. A who are fluent in or have adequate knowledge of language for communication. It's very important. Language for communication. Defined in subclass 1 4, law and language. And here question is communication language. It's not English, it's not. You are working, say, in Arab country or in some other country. Your workers are Arabic, your workers may be Chinese, your workers may be Thailand, your workers may be Bangladeshi, your workers may be somewhere else. Misri, Egypt, Syrian, can be anyone. This means you cannot talk to them. You need some sort of person who can talk to them. For sure you will do that. That is not Bharat, that is not Delhi. You are talking as a young, just no. That's not the fun. No, it's not. I have sometimes say, how can I do that? Further go on to that. I say what I'm thinking is now personal. We say if you do not know Arabic language, or you do not know Irani language, Persian language, or if you do not know some other language, for example, you know, different kind of Arabic, Urdu say, but you have to talk to your workers. How can you talk to them? You cannot talk in sign language. You must have certain support. This means, in that case, you must have certain intermediary person, and that person is that language foreign. Foreign to come from that country to help you that expression or this language. So you must have some foreman type, some charge hand or foreman or supervisor, or you have to learn yourself. It depends upon how you solve your problem. I'm not saying you learn thoroughly. A few words you have to learn. Work is work. They know work. Don't worry about that. You have to just instruct them. They know you have to check their work, and checking shall solve your problem. If know that, if they know that you know checking, then there will be 70% of your problem will be over. Then second one says that why have who have adequate knowledge of operations to be carried out, including methods and technique required, hazards likely to be encountered, and methods of preventing accidents. This is again who have adequate knowledge. Who means this personal, superintending personnel who have adequate knowledge of operations to be conducted or carried out, including methods and techniques required hazards likely to be encountered, and methods of preventive accidents. So these personnel should have gross knowledge of that. This is what it's saying. Knowledge of operation, first of all, technical knowledge. That's called direct knowledge, applicable knowledge. Means methods and techniques. Means method means method. What method they have to do this activity, and what technique they have to apply, or what technique is necessary from there. That's that's this means practical work always is required, and you can say more than technical work you need hazards likely to be encountered. Hazards, preventive measures. Now, what hazards means here? That's a big question now. Hazard means something you do not know what happens. Even if you know, then it can be called risk calculation. Hazards means nobody knows what may happen. Or if you have experience of that, you can say this may happen. So that knowledge one should have. Means you have to fight with those hazards, or what you should do if you know them. If not hazards, something else. For example, you miss accident can happen here. People, if you move here, that may problem. Let's say there's a big trench pit where hundreds of people are standing for nothing. We can say go from here, leave this area. Or you put a sign there, only with this required people, only this type of people do you need, taking area, nothing else. So that's what is, yeah. And then preventive measures, methods, and then preventive methods of preventive methods. You have to fight with hazards, and you have to find methods to prevent accidents. If you can do that, of course, there's safety guy, he will help you, and you just discuss together and decide how to do that. And if required, you can consult in plan of action to do that. That supervisor, this is what they accept, and they will follow that. And that can be it's done for 2 months afterwards. Now we'll go to if you go to these talks of safety, you'll find much more than what I said. You have to go there, see that it's descriptive lessons there based on experience, not imaginary. If you wish to learn, you have to then, and this I explained now is for satisfactory and safe execution of work, accident-free works, quality works, safe works, and then contractors personal. Contractors personal. This was, you know, this was for this was for superintendents, and this is now for personal. 6 9 contractors personal. Staff. Contractors personnel, including key personnel, if any, shall be appropriately qualified, skilled, experienced, and competent in their respective trades or occupations. If they are not appropriately qualified, they are not skilled, they are not experienced, they are not competent, and it's waste of time, waste of money. And if such people come, you won't be successful. Engineer may require con- contractor to remove or cause to be removed, right? Say some silver lining, about half an hour more, I think, to discuss, and let's see what can we catch up in this. So it's 3 hours 20 minutes, so we have to plan accordingly. This contractor's person. So I see all is what this should be. Engineer may require contractor to remove or cause to be removed. You see, if some person is not competent as said is required, or doesn't prove that person is capable. See, you submit your papers, I know this and I know this and I have this certificate, I have this certificate, but actually maybe all are fake. Don't think your CV shall not be demanded. CV shall be checked, examined, and approved. And in case you don't perform, then you know what happens. Exit door exist everywhere. So engineer may require contractor to remove or cause to be removed any person employed on site or works, including contractors representative and key personnel, if any, who even contractor representative can be removed. Now, who what does it means when you remove someone? There's a clear definition when persons are removed. No saying no. Engineer may know what's the exception is there. We say what is exception in that is persist in any misconduct or lack of care. If someone who is involved in misconduct or lack of care does not care for job, carries out duties incompetently or negligently, fails to comply with any provision of contract, persists in any conduct which is prejudicial to safety, health, and protection of environment, is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collective, collusive, or coercive. So we have to see these points. It's persists in context which is pollution, then found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, and coercive practice, or has been recruited from employers' personnel in breach of. So what it says actually, हिंदी में बोलेंगे ऐसा आदमी जो दुर्व्यवहार करता है, जो काम में ध्यान नहीं रखता है, ऐसा आदमी जो काम नहीं करता है या सही तरीके से नहीं करता है, वो नहीं जानता है या ध्यान नहीं देता है, सो छोड़ देता है, या ऐसा आदमी जो फेल हो जाता है काम करने में, कंप्लाई करने में, जो भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में दिया गया है, जो भी लिखा गया है वैसे नहीं करता है, या जो एक ऐसा व्यवहार करता है जो गलत है सेफ्टी के हिसाब से, हेल्थ के हिसाब से, प्रोटेक्शन के हिसाब से, वातावरण की, या जो एक ऐसा सबूत मिलता है जो कि गलत काम में लगा है। गलत काम कुछ भी हो सकता है, भ्रष्ट काम, फ्रॉड भी हो सकता है, भ्रष्टाचार भी हो सकता है, और कोई किसी में दबाव डालता है इस चीज के लिए, मिलकर कोई गलत काम करता है, ऐसा आदमी, या वो जो भर्ती किया गया है एम्प्लॉयर्स पर्सनल के लिस्ट से भर्ती किया गया, मतलब कुछ जासूसी करने के लिए हो सकता है, ये होगी कितनी लिखा है इसमें और भी more than this can also be there. This is just what they talk about. But first thing I say, more than this, a person who is not disciplined, a person who is not punctual, a person who is not regular, a person who interferes among others, divide and rule policy person, I will remove that person also. Backbiter, like that you have to see yourself. We can't write everything in this, but your understanding on side with them means who can sabotage your work, for example, like that. Misconduct, you can call that. And if appropriate, contractors shall then promptly appoint or cause to appoint a suitable replacement in case of replacement of, of contractors representative. Say big question. In case of replacement of contractors representative, subclass 43, contractors representative shall apply in case of replacement of key personnel, if any. 610 contractors records. Contractors records. Hmm. Contractors records. Unless otherwise proposed by contractor and agreed by engineer, in each progress report under subclass 42 for 20 progress reports, contractor shall include records of हर प्रोग्रेस रिपोर्ट में कॉन्ट्रैक्टर लिखेगा रिकॉर्ड में ये बातें जो बता रहे हैं ए occupations and actual working hours of each class of contractors personnel. वैसे हम दे चुके हैं पहले किसी बात पे एक्सप्लेनेशन विल प्रॉब्लम वील एक्सप्लेन पार्ट ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट condition, occupations, and actual working hours of each class of contractors personnel. Occupations with trade designations, mason, carpenter, supervisor, foreman, like that, and how many hours they worked in each class. This is a contract personnel, and time and actual working hours of each of contractors' equipment. Same applies to equipment. There can be many equipments. You know that excavator is there, compressor is there, batching plant is there, vibrator is there, truck is there, crane is there, mobile crane, some other crane, generator is there, or you may say road roller is there, or mixer is there. You may say, yeah, whatever is there, whatever. Big machines, small machines, all equipment like that, you have to write on which date and which date all. So that is called statistical data, histograms of actual work, histograms of workforce, and histogram of machines, equipment, the types of temporary works used, types of temporary works. You have to understand the difference between temporary work and private work and international works. You supply information from top level from first of without value that you must understand. Says then type of temporary works used, types of temporary works, scaffolding, you can say, or you can say ladders, you can say steps to go up, whatever temporary works you use, you have to write in that, and it should be explanatory as well. Then some platform you construct for something, and types of plant installed in permanent works. Types of plant installed in permanent works. Plants, and that is machines actually this plant is, and you install them. Types of plant present. Quantities and type of materials used. So this and more means not necessarily you're confined to this. You can add yourself further information, more you contribute so that project speaks itself. This project repeat speaks itself for everybody. And then you pull these people not to go somewhere. But if you what they say, then they will say, okay, give us more money, to give them more. If they say more money is required for this, you have to pay more money. Now, if for each activity shown in programs, each activity shown in programs, what they were doing, that's it. Now we go to someone else. This disorderly conduct. Let's go to that one. Disorderly conduct because there's nothing much left in that. I said for each work activity shown in program at each work location so that we can do in schedule means it depends. There are so many things that can be shown in that, but for understanding point of view, we have to understand this disorderly conduct. What's that? Disorderly. Its term itself is telling contractors shall at all times contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautions to prevent any unlawful means against law, riotous or disorderly, danga, disorderly conduct by or amongst contractors personnel, and to preserve peace and protection of persons and property on near site. यदि आप साइट पे गलत काम करेंगे जो गैर कानूनी होगा, अनियमित होगा, शोर शराबा करेंगे, दंगा करेंगे, कंडक्ट ठीक नहीं रखेंगे, आपस के कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के आदमी शांति भंग करेंगे, लोगों की सुरक्षा नहीं होने देंगे, ये सब चीज़ें ठीक नहीं होती। इसमें पूरी दुनिया में जाता है ऐसे। देखो हमारे इसी आदमी ने क्या किया, वो मैसेज that message goes because of your problem. So what it says, this English statement, it says that contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautionary measures to prevent any unlawful, riotous, or disorderly conduct by among conduct by or amongst contractors, personnel, and to preserve peace and protection of persons and property or on near site. This is ordinary statement, but have a wider meaning because maybe some people start drinking on site or start drug on site. That is very dangerous. I have seen this happens. Drinks particularly. I have seen in Lady they produce drinks by I don't know how, but on site itself means people can do what they want. Or these days, very bad habits are there. I don't want to name them. Personal bad habits. So all that should be taken care of. Then 612, key personal. Key personal. Now, I think we'll take key personal and then club down what to do. Key meaning of key, have key and control person. Actually, key personal means control personal who control activities. If no key personnel are stated in specification, subclause shall not apply. That is to say, only everywhere key personnel is there in construction jobs. This is just formalities. Key personnel is everywhere. Don't say that. So, contractor shall appoint natural persons. Hmm. There is some problem here, no problem at all. Let us see how it works. And that is, let me see how it works here. And, let me see, just me please. I was scanning is over, right? So this is what key personal. So I'm talking and it should be here. Yes. So if no, like contractors shall appoint natural persons named in tender to position of key personnel, and if not so named, or if an appointed person fails to act in relevant position of key personnel, contractor shall submit to engineer for consent name and particulars of another person, contractors persons to appoint to such position if consent is withheld or subsequently revoked. Contractors shall similarly submit names and particulars of a suitable replacement of such persons. भाई अगर आपके टीम उसमें दिया गया है, आपको ये आदमी अपॉइंट करना है, वो आदमी आपने अपॉइंट किया तो ठीक है, आपको नहीं मिल पाया, उसमें अपने नाम किसी का नहीं दिया था, तो आप दूसरा आदमी लाइए, उसको रखिए उस काम के लिए। अगर वो नहीं काम करता है तो फिर एक और आदमी लाइए, उसको हटा दीजिए। ये सिलसिला है, चलता रहता है। Contractor shall appoint natural person named in tender to position of key personnel, if not so named that appointed person fails to act in related position of key personnel. Contractor shall submit to engineer for consent name of another particulars of person. Contract proposes to appoint such position. Consent is withheld. If consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, contractor shall similarly submit names of particulars of a suitable replacement for such position. Then, if engineer does not respond within 14 days, if engineer does not respond in 40 days, after receiving any such submission by giving a notice stating his or objection to appointment of such person on replacement with reasons, and engineer shall be deemed to have given his consent. आपने नाम दिया, इंजीनियर ने 14 ले लिया, आप समझिए हो गया, मतलब क्या बताइए। Contractor shall not withhold, contractor shall not without engineer's prior consent revoke appointment of any of key personnel or appoint a replacement unless person is unable to act as a result of death. ठीक, आपकी पर्सन को नहीं हटाएंगे। Okay, then say that contractor shall not withhold engineer's prior consent, revoke. Contractor shall not without engineer's prior consent revoke appointment of any of key personnel or appoint a replacement unless person is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, or resignation, in which case appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect, and appointment of a replacement shall be treated as a temporary appointment until Engineer gives his her suitable clause. Temporary appointment is, until the engineer gives consent to replacement and another replacement. Yes. The question is that we're talking of key personnel. So all key personnel shall be based on their site. Means they will stay site. All key personnel shall stay site, or where works are being executed off site at location of works for whole time that works are being executed. If any of the personnel is to be temporarily absent during execution of works, a suitable replacement shall be temporarily appointed, subject to engineer. So is that means all key personnel shall be fluent in language for communication. So they have to stay here now. This is next plan matters. We'll see how much we can talk on this about this. Okay, let us go further. It's still the time. It's a waste time like this. What it says about key personnel, that to understand key personnel is very important position. There are many key personnel on site, so I just explained to you that one. Key personnel is a group of persons, the organization, on which you can say that organization, there's a project manager, you may say there's a contracts manager, or you can say there's a site agent on that one. Site agent is also a head of site. Or there's a project manager, you can say head of site, and there's a contracts manager. And there are many different positions in every these days. You can say construction section, safety section, quality section, planning section, purchase section, or administration section. Like that, there are many sections. On every top, there's a head. We reports to one. There's a head in quality, which reports to site, and there's a head in same person reports to corporate for our company head office, and similarly construction reports to construction or site agent. There's many people there. For example, construction engineers there, site engineer is there, safety engineer is there, planning engineer is there, or you can say survey claim engineer is there, depending on site size, and then administration manager is there, customer is there. All these people are key personnel in a way. They work for site directly. They're not coming from outside. They are dedicated to site. They have dedicated position. A dedicated means a full-time position. People misunderstand this word. Actually, people say dedicated work. Everybody is dedicated to work. A person who is directly involved on site, who directly works on site, that person is called dedicated placement. So these persons are dedicated. They have to stay side. They have to live there. They have to eat there. Everything is there. They only go sometimes to offices or somewhere else. But they are full-time site people, site oriented, site engineers, for example, is there. Construction is site engineer, or site-based planning engineer, or site-based quality engineer, or site-based foreman, or whoever are there are site people, construction people. They live a different type of life. So camp life they live. They stay in camp. They eat from messes, and whatever facilities are given in camp. One area maybe industrial workers camp only, and other area maybe you can say middle staff, engineering staff, or working people like that. Not working. We are calling workers. I say the migrants. These migrants. It's not so easy just to say he is means actually these people are not there. They control, they all know all drawings after some time, they know all specifications, they know what to do, they know repetitions, they know procedures, everything. And you can say kind of training required in a particular specification project, and they have to repeat something many times. some there's a slab and there will be 50 slabs at the cost. There's a column, say they have to 400 columns, they have to cost 500 columns at the cost. Similarly, they have to backfill in a similar way. So there's a repetition of activity, and they love that. On sites, a kind of indirect training, the job training, or this is called advancement and practical job means they understand many things on that, many activities. So they are in that with people also because they know what is required. Once they understand some beginning of activities, some problem, you know what to do, what there's no checklist to solve, and they know what to do once or twice. They may make mistake, but third time they will understand. Then they learn and repeat it, and that's a repetition. It's called it comes with the kind of key control, kind of control in the hands. They don't ask otherwise. They don't need a side. And the trust of sight, man, all my people are there, and trust of consulting. Okay, there are people who can work like that. They instruct them and they do that. That's what expected means. This something cannot be on paper, so cannot write. Means what's happening, what happens inside. That means with trust based means you cannot write everything. You cannot say, hey, instruct it, say I'm doing office audit. That it doesn't work on site. Means you're directly involved with them. You are blocking them. You can say you are controlling them and they are supporting you as PM. They know what to do. And same training is a kind of training you have given them indirectly by verbatim and by explaining to them to do this so that this is just complied with. That's so important. And it belongs to everybody. It doesn't belong to one person. Everybody staying in group and site and stay in activity. And the quality guy says you have to do that in this way. And then if you can't, the quality, it's duty of quality guy to teach you people that to conduct fire talks every day. You conduct toolbox talks. These safety guys and these people must know how to precaution measures. Every day there's some report somewhere. I feel here some happy days somewhere. This is all this job. That's what you say they call it key personal, and that term is very important to understand. So what we said that in this talk, I started with as far as the management process. I'm not talking about government person is concerned. I started with what duties and responsibilities, contacts, agent or contacts person has to do at the top position is what is jobs and responsibilities, how he has to do work and how to head the group, head is crew on site means what roles does he play. Those are discussing departments that explain them later on also. I could not take long hours on that in this talk. So a little is that next time we'll talk about further actions, what required to take. Before that I will talk about my engineers person has to resident engineer, what role of resident engineers, what we has to do and what letters writing or record keeping sending. Means what is required in the requirement for future also same thing with site agent is a responsible for many activities or management activities and site activities and research activities or whatever you can say communicative activities and report writing all that is part of job which gives us support to base and how he trains his people. He has interacts with safety people, interacts with planning people, interacts with quality people, and interacts with all those third parties who come to visit site for inspection purposes. All this comes under with this. We write that in here is a paragraph written in here and also interactively with his team of site patients. So we go back to them. You can say this is the role of site agent. So much role is there short training and working training, coordination meeting, and general meeting, writing minutes of meeting, and making procurement requisitions, making impressed requisitions, and expenses, other expenses like through administrator, arranging for accommodations of people, and arranging their water provisions on the site, and if there's a camp, what role is there, and he has to conduct daily meetings with foremen and supervisors and tell them day-to-day work because everything can't stand site and ensure quantities also because quantity-based, quantity-based quantities can't be relied upon. That's for estimation purposes. But for site, you have to place for concrete order. I need concrete after 4 days. Either slab here, columns here, or beams here, or whatever furnished I'm to do it. I like to get the place concrete order. Readiness plant, and if your plant or some other plants, even then you have to place order because plant supplies to many sites, and you should be you yourself advance order to place right specification of that. And so many people, I need this, that, this, I need pump or no pump, and all that, and distribution of that stuff, elements, all that measurements, and then not only that, then there's a barcode and scarcity is an important item, and now is nothing is possible. You have to do it yourself, to get extended from someone else, so your junior, or you have to do actions for with the fabricator directly. Those interactions with you and knows each other, and know how what he understands and what we have to do. Say that talk to some carpenters who can leave you on their works, all the type of responsibilities. You have to delegate us, and we can teach you how to do or not to do. You shouldn't start by someone. You have to learn yourself to find out who's good for you, who's not good for you. Some reliable person has some carpenter team, some reliable person from your marketing team, and some reliable person masonry team. You can lead them directly, not dependent on someone else. If you want to take advantage of their position, to listen to you, or listen to you. There are people like the old guys, yeah. The old guys, roughly understood the foresight, but we actually young and strong and stronger. So why I'm just saying that it's not simply that an entrepreneur key person also, as I said now, key persons should be trained by you. Means, you have to keep them track with you, are not directly linked with them, but they are key persons. You have a right to question them, to explain to them. You have like method statements, for example, it's your duty. You have to tell them how to do. You can consult them. You can consult your juniors, what's best. You can consult the consultant also. And you can consult. You have to see best way of doing something which is called method statement of the activity. Then you have to follow that. It's not simply a right, you have to get approval of consultant. But you get thorough approval, formal approval, and then you comply with that. So don't write something which can't do, which have to change later on. You must have experience, and you can, if you don't, I'm not sure, you can try. You talk to a person who is foreman supervisor who knows that, and explain to you what best way of doing that. And you just what it says, because that person cannot write, if that person not that much educated in writing, so you can collect points from him, you can write your way. And then this is your skills should be very good. If you don't writing skills or in conceiving and like a convert like a journalist, the journalist and organization skill, but you have to see yourself. And that if you write something, and that must be understood by your workers, your key person and also outside, means at least they should also understand. If they cannot listen, if they cannot listen, then you explain to them. So it works well, and that's fine. Right? So I have to be very careful about this issue. It's not question of things, what we have to do. It's question of how to manage. Result orientation is important, and then your procedures, technical procedures fine, but as far as mechanical procedures is concerned, which doesn't involve specifications, means how to project your work. That's most important. Means it should be implemented. The question is, what is a project? Something I'm projecting this on my. It's not projection of colors. It's not projection like people then I miss projection by colorful pictures. No, that's not important. Importance is value of that, how it works, that's most important. How you control that mind, that's more important. Coloring is no meaning if it can't be achieved. You are thinking one thing, planning is just thinking other thing, and side guy does its way. So none of these three persons involved are giving something unique. Is one thing. So when someone go, how you're planning consultants is, or someone who carpenters is something. So they can talk to one side. It doesn't matter. You talk to each other. So some information comes one, another information comes to that. So there is no unique information, no common information coming up there, and that doesn't you send a signal that you are unity, you are a team. It says you are working on your own way. There is no control. That's called key control. There's no key control. It's on key. Everybody is a key here. Everybody is not required to be. A key means a junior coordinator. Key means a person who controls his own grade. For example, there's a key person of site. In site, about site, you know. There's a team of foremen and carpenter foremen. We must get instructions from site engineer. And of course, site engineer can talk to them, but detailed work should be done by these people. And that's where key lies. If you are not using key, then there's no meaning of by using key. And why your lock is there if you're not using key? Question is, your lock is also rendered useless if you cannot use key properly. And that's an important lie. So sometimes You have to cooperate with each one, and sometimes you have to teach them. Teaching, when required, is of significance, and you can teach only when you know. And it's not necessary that you know everything. For example, there are many items which are manufactured, produced, means you get a specialist item from market, which we call proprietary items or patented items. Then you also don't know anything about that. You have to either extract from other state, you don't know website of the party, or you take some jargon or some data sheet of it, read that one. You can read that because you understand technically, but person, key person must read that. And also those foremen, they cannot understand that because it's English or some other language they don't know. You have to teach them by verbatim. You have to teach them by demonstration. You have to do something like that. Safety guy has to, for example, call some people, come on, I'll show you fire, how fire is conducted, how it is extinguished, how your grinder works, how this works. You have to conduct toolbox talks. Similarly, they conduct toolbox talks and you conduct work talks. Toolbox talks for tools, work talks for work. Means you have to tell them what is required according to our conduct. Our conduct requires this, and practice requires this, and codes require this. So we have to meet requirement of everyone. So we have to comply with codes. You cannot say you can run away from code. If you can run away from codes, means you are not doing job. You are doing substandard job. If it's American code, you have to follow American code. It's British code, you follow the Canadian code. It's the EU code. European, oh, it's your own code. Whatever code you are asked in specifications, you have to comply with that. But you can comply only that you understand that. If you can't understand, you have to ask your senior, this agent. We want to know about this. That agent will tell you how it is that. How. That body must know. That body of agent must know. If that doesn't know, that means it's not his job. Question is job result. And this is construction. This is difficult. It's not one day. It's for years. It's just that. And it should be quality one. This point you must understand. You cannot simply stand and say, oh yes, I'm knowing it. You are understanding that what doing. You're seeing people are doing, you don't know specification, they do whatever they want. No, it's not. You see steel is rusted, you are having steel means who is responsible? You are responsible. Why didn't you take care of the steel? Why store this? You say it's expensive. Expensive, not expensive, question like that. Question is it permissible to use rusted steel? You ask questions yourself. It's not rusted. Why are you using rusted steel? You know the steel is not going to work in bonding or so. Why you are using that loose? It's not acceptable. That's what is important in job. Jobs not easy, that easy to thinking. It's complicated arrangement. Everybody cannot be engineer. Yes, you can be engineer by qualification, but by work everybody cannot be. You have to learn it. You have to learn it, understand it, amend it, modify it, and do your way. Just like I usually say, there is a system. If there is a system and I enter that organization, I have to follow that system. I cannot say no. Yes, but when I start immersing in, I start, you know, taking in that line of system, and they start thinking that yes, this person is our person. In the beginning, nobody will give that extension, but once you start mix up with them, okay, this is one of ours, and that day you can encroach that system. If you think that system is not good for you, you can easily suggest something, advise something, or act in a way that they know what you're doing and they start doing that way. Or you are successful, they should follow you, or you follow them. It depends upon your efficiency. And it's, no, this circle back is working in a different way, you're working efficiently. So we start. So you are immersing in system and changing the system to your requirement. That's another policy. Or if you are allowed, if you are starting something new, you profile your system yourself so that others enter in and that they follow. These are two different mechanisms which you have to understand. Once you understand that, you can create system for others. Okay, do it. You see your job description, you do it. You see your job description, do it. And then just listen to it because you started that. So your system will automatically move and you can amend that yourself. No need of amendment, you have done yourself. You can instruct them formally, they will do that. No need of writing, not changing the site plan or safety plan. No, don't change it. Okay, come on, we're meeting for 10 minutes, call off for 10, 15 minutes, sit here, you do like this. So if they accept them, you'll go outside. Maybe. That's what I'm saying. That's what field engineering is all about. Mental use first, documents use before that, and then practical use at site. You are dealing with those, everyone, and if you cut off them, you keep off them, then you cannot work because it is contract. You have to do what is given in contract. You cannot say I replaced it. You cannot replace it. No, you're because you're a contractor. You're paid for something. You have to do that. Yes, if you want to replace that, then you have to give alternative solution that should be done prior to doing that. That alternative must be approved. If you don't get approval, it's not. It's a substandard then. You have gone violating contract. Yes, you get approval of alternative. Then they will say how much saving. What is really offered? Question is we are giving you something additional. We are saving your time, we are saving your money. Something like that can happen. But that work must work. That must be logical. It's not simply because you are saying. You may say whatever you are saying. That's what is important here. We have to see so many points here, so many things here. It's not easy as we are thinking. It's not easy as you are thinking. It is difficult in a way. It should be done, and that's what I'm saying. So it's time now. I close it, and you are also not sleeping. I'm sure it's Sunday. You should have slept, but every day is Sunday these days. So we can say that no need of sleeping, and so I take your leave. It's already long time now, 4 hours. So we close this talk. Thank you very much.